Well, it doesn't look like everyone has trickled back into the room yet, but we're going to go ahead and start on time and get this panel discussion started. So, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your break and have geared up for the rest of the afternoon for all this tantalizing conversation. We are now transitioning to our next panel discussion, which is entitled Leveraging Automation to Conquer Scale Challenges, Part 1. Automation boosts efficiency and productivity by handling repetitive tasks, freeing up people for strategic and creative work. As businesses grow, automation helps manage larger workloads without needing more resources, ensuring sustainable growth. Let's see how this panel discussion is significant to optimizing operations, cutting costs, improving quality, and staying competitive in today's automated world. It's a pivotal conversation for organizations grappling with intricate dynamics of growth and scalability in today's digital domain. I request the session moderator, Matthew Segretti, and other respective experts to please come to the stage.
All right, looking good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Really excited here to be the moderator of this session. I'll start with introductions here. My name is Matthew Segretti. I'm the CTO and Senior Vice President of Product Development at LIDP. We provide software and solutions specifically to the life insurance industry. And so automation is a pretty big part of the software world, but also within the life insurance space, as it is with most other organizations. So I'm excited to moderate and also share some of my insights, but we'll go down the row here and continue introductions.
Hi, I'm Richard Winter, CEO and founder of Winter Corp. We're independent consultants focused on analytic data management at large scale.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Reena Jain. I started my career as an oil field engineer with Schlumberger. Post that, I moved to Universal Aquatech, which is a manufacturing plant which manufactures aquaculture feed supplements. In my role as a VP of Operations and Business Development there, I launched a portfolio of products. Post that, I pivoted to tech. I joined an edtech startup, a fast-growing edtech startup based out of India, which offers K-12 supplemental education. I worked as the VP of product amidst the pandemic and performed the digital transformation of the 15+ brick and mortar establishments. Post that, I moved to USA to complete my MBA from Chicago Booth, and currently I'm working at McKinsey as an operations and tech associate consultant. Happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harsha Suryareddy, and I'm the owner and CEO of Reds and Solutions. We are a custom software developer for a variety of industries, and we provide web-based and app-based solutions to our customers. Thank you.
Excellent. So I think I'd like to get today kicked off with challenges, problems you see within your respective industries, and let's start there just so we have a kind of a baseline, because I know we all come from very disparate industries here today, so maybe getting an understanding of what challenges you see. Richard?
So I work primarily with large data warehouses, data lake houses, data lakes. These are used in every industry. And the challenges are just that they are so large in many dimensions that it requires automation to manage them. And in one example, in a medium-sized insurance company I talked with recently, they had in their data warehouse that they were migrating to the cloud, they had 2,600 tables. Each of those tables had And among those tables were tens of thousands of columns or data elements. And so how do you ensure that every data element is correct after the migration? It's an impossible task without automation. It's one example.
Excellent. Rena?
I'll talk about the challenges faced in manufacturing, logistics, and supply. A major challenge which faces manufacturing plants is the coordination of activities across various plants. There is a lack of visibility regarding equipment health and the output the quality of the output across the plants. It's not uniform. The second major challenge is deteriorating health in these hardcore manufacturing plants, which require a lot of physical labor. One example which I can think of, not manufacturing related, but regarding the laborious activities. I vividly remember this conversation I had 6 years back when I was in Schlumberger. It was with my favorite supervisor, and we were on field for 9 months, and after 9 months, we were going home. I asked him that you must be really excited to meet your 2-year-old son. And he said that I am excited, but every time I meet him, I'm filled with grief because of my broken back. I can't even carry my 2-year-old son. And that was because of the laborious activities which he performed consecutively over 10 years in a field, in an oil field. So this is a major challenge which needs to be, worked on. And another industry which I will talk about is e-commerce and retail. I worked at Amazon as a product manager and was aware of the warehouse operations. Challenges which major e-commerce giants and retails face is the increased transactions and the requirement of timely deliveries for maintaining the customer loyalty. We will talk more about this in detail. Over to you, Harsha.
Thank you. So some of the challenges that we typically face as a software company is technology is constantly evolving. In the beginning, it used to be everything was web-based, or you installed an application on your computer, but now tools are getting more sophisticated. Everyone wants access to everything on the internet. You log into something these days most of the time now, and now the next evolution of that is obviously everyone wants it on their phone. So now we need to look into making sure everything that we develop is not only compatible with an application, a web-based platform, and also looking at app compatibility. And then to expand on that even further, now we're starting to see variables where certain applications are required to be compatible with your wearable technology as well. So there's a lot of various devices when you're developing that needs to be taken into consideration. And we're going to talk about addressing some of those issues and how we can effectively design tools so that they're compatible across the various devices.
Excellent. I know within my industry as well, and Harsha aligns there, from a software perspective, automating tests is huge, right? Ensuring validity and value in what those tests are, but ensuring that that product goes out the door in a not just stable state, but a bug-free state, which is incredibly important. So I'll talk a little bit about how we approach testing in an automated way. But then even as an industry, within the life insurance industry specifically, we have a lot of issue with policies. The time it takes from an individual to say, hey, I want something, to the time they can actually get it issued is typically not always seamless and easy. And so a lot of our clients come to us saying, how can we reduce that time? How can we reduce that time so that we can go from someone asking a question through underwriting, through all the the hurdles and hoops that need to be taken, and get them so that they can be covered as soon as possible. So those are some of the challenges we face certainly within our industry today. So I'll talk a little bit this afternoon as well with how we approach that as a software vendor too. So a lot of great stuff. So as we move into furthering this discussion, why do you think those problems are there within these industries? Right? We just talked about what those problems were. Well, why are they problems?
So the example I gave, data quality in a data warehouse or data lakehouse, um, what I hear from customers is that one of the biggest causes of failure of the investment in a data warehouse is when the end users, the people who run the business, feel they can't trust the data. You know, if they ask a question of a data warehouse because they want to make a business decision, they get an answer which is obviously wrong. Then they think, well, everything that I get from this data warehouse might be wrong. How can I make any decision based on this data? And on the other hand, often the people in information technology who are developing the data warehouse, they test everything, but they don't have the business knowledge often to know whether the data is correct or not. So what they're usually doing is testing that the functionality of the data preparation software seems to be correct, or the data warehouse operates correctly. And so there's a disconnect. And I've recently been hearing about products which automate the monitoring of the quality of data and the testing, to automate the testing. One technique for doing that is to have the testing be metadata driven. So there's somewhere, there's a data dictionary that contains information about what the data is supposed to look like from a technical perspective. You know, it's got to be in a certain syntax or whatever, or obey certain rules, constraints, and also from a business perspective. And if you can take that information, that metadata, use it to automatically create tests and validate tests, then you can do this testing on a large scale. And there are remarkable stories about companies who have adopted this technology and have operated for now as long as 2 years without a single end user coming to the data warehouse team and saying this data is wrong. So.
That's awesome. I'm going to actually jump on that a little bit when we start talking through the automation process, because we have an incredibly similar issue, again, within the life insurance industry, because it's so complicated. You know, some of these policies and the rules that need to be defined within our industry are just crazy, right? And no one human knows them all. And a lot of times we find, even when we go and we consult with our clients or with prospects, they don't even know the rules. You know, so we see that quite a bit within the industry, which is, you know, how do you define that and how do we resolve it? So I know we'll get to the resolution here in a little bit, but I'm gonna be piggybacking on that too.
Are those compliance rules? Or?
They're not even always compliance rules.
Oh.
You know, a lot of times they're just rules an actuary came up with, you know, 20 years ago. So they happen to put it in the system and they're like, oh, that actuary's been gone for 10 years. So now how do we ensure that, you know, as we introduce new functionality into systems and stuff like that, that it conforms to those rules? So a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of gotchas that we come across. So, Rena?
Yep. Let's start with e-commerce. We know that e-commerce picked up a lot recently, the last few decades, but pandemic was the influx point where, it really grew. It saw fast expansion. And hence, that led to increased transactions and increased need for these swift deliveries. And increased competition led to, among these e-commerce companies, led to everyone vying for maintaining a loyal customer base and thereby, focusing on enhanced customer experience. So that was the reason why the challenge arose that, we need to keep our customers happy.
Right.
Otherwise someone else is going to grab them.
Definitely.
And as for manufacturing, I would say that industrialization and tech led to expansion and scalability of manufacturing plants.
Right.
Now that you've scaled it, now that you've expanded it, you need more tech. You need to leverage tech to maintain it, to automate it, because maintaining multiple plants is not easy. So it arose because of tech, and then you expand. You need more tech to ultimately live up to
Yes.
the expectations. So that's the cause.
Interesting. Harsha?
Yep. So just trying to think about some examples that my company has faced when we've been deploying, right? Some of the stuff that customers always ask us is, if it's an app, it needs to be efficient, right? Like there's a energy component to software, right? It does drain battery, and some of the more energy intensive operations that your app is doing will drain your battery very quickly. There's also the quantity of data that's being processed through your app or your application that needs to be taken into consideration. Some of the ways we handle that is like load balancers. We do energy optimization on these softwares, and these tools are starting to become more and more automated, where there is no human intervention. There is no code that actually goes in to say, hey, if I'm seeing a large volume of data, split it up into 2 servers, or parse it out and say, do it in batches of 10, do it in batches of 1,000, whatever the values may be. A lot of this stuff is starting to become automated, where the systems and tools intuitively know when there's large volume, when there's data-intensive processes happening, to start threading those into the right buckets and making sure that everything is running optimally. I think you've probably seen a lot of this, and you probably work on a lot of this stuff when you're designing and developing your tools.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I know we've actually started leveraging AWS quite a bit
Yep.
for exactly what you just mentioned,
Yep.
right, to scale, right? We need an infrastructure that a human doesn't have to always be looking at. And AWS has a lot of those functionality, but it's also important to note that that requires the software to be designed to work within that environment
Yeah.
too, right? And it's not always just use AWS isn't always the right answer, because if trying to put a square peg into a round hole kind of thing, right, doesn't always work. And so how do we manage those expectations and understanding of the technologies we're using and ensuring that it works, right?
Yeah. One thing that is interesting is, maybe not interesting, but this is essentially becoming a norm, is any major, provider is offering these tools built into their applications, right? Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they're all implementing solutions and techniques to automate a lot of this stuff, which is very interesting to see, and I'm sure there's a competitive aspect to this as well, that they're trying to make sure customers are coming back to them. But it's it is the future. It is automation is happening not just in the direct space, right? In the physical world, there's also automations happening in the digital world as well. That's really taking over, and it's, I would say, improving efficiencies.
Absolutely. So I guess within our industry, again, software and life insurance specifically, we see a lot of the issues arise because when I talk with the C-suites making decisions, a lot of the time, their answer is, well, it's the way it's always been. And so when I go to a prospect site and they still have a mainframe with a 3270 window, they don't even have a graphical user interface. It's a terminal window with text-based, like you've got 30 characters, 32 characters by 70 characters to work with, and that's what they're keyboarding through. And a lot of it is, it's hard to move. It's hard to make those decisions when you have such a mission-critical system in place that's managing hundreds of thousands or millions or even billions of dollars in revenue for these organizations. How do you justify moving that, and how do you move it safely? And I think the answer through a lot of this is automation, right? And that's going to lead into our next topic here, which is, I think, where we'll spend most of the rest of this discussion, which is how does automation solve those problems for you guys? So, Richard?
So what Rena said reminded me of an example recent example I heard that fascinated me. So this is a large auto manufacturing plant in Europe where they use a very large number of robots for doing welding. This is the final stage of manufacturing where they're putting together the body of the car. So all these robots are welding, and they're terrific, but the robots from time to time, they sort of go out of spec and they begin making bad welds. And the problem they were having is they didn't have a way of discovering the bad welds until the car was finished, at which point, more or less, the body had to be scrapped. And that was a very expensive way to deal with that quality problem. And what they found they could do is if the robots all generate data as they operate. And what they found they could do is feed that data in near real time into a data warehouse where it was analyzed in near real time to find that the robot was beginning to wobble in terms of how it was welding. And they could then intervene right away and prevent, take that robot out of production and therefore have fewer or almost no bad welds, go into the production system. So it was all possible because of an ability to do this data analytics, the data updating and the data analytics in near real time at large scale. That was the automation piece that made this stepwise increase in quality with much greater throughput now, higher quality, and less scrap.
So
That's
actually,
a very interesting example.
And that-
yeah, I'm actually hearing multiple steps of automation through that single process, right? I mean, you went from the car's complete and it's now delivered to, or going through an inspection, to now you have data from, a physical machine being automatically fed to your data warehouse. So there's an automation. Then you
Yes.
have a process of automation doing that evaluation to say what is, is this within our realm of acceptability? And then you have an automation of report, right?
Right.
I'm curious, was there then a human that has to go to that machine and stop it? Do you know?
I
'Cause
think there's
that
a
would be the
human at
ultimate
that
automation.
point. But it's kind of interesting that there's not a human until that point.
Right.
Because you don't require a human to make the decision that this robot has to be taken offline.
Right.
And this is an example of what you were just talking about, using tech
Yes.
to make modern manufacturing operate successfully.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Rena, go ahead.
Yep. Broadly, the automation in e-commerce and manufacturing would comprise of definitely AI, which would include all aspects of it. That is AI analytics, which would further lead to predictive maintenance. And again, that comes back to the robot example where, it is predictive maintenance of the robot, which ultimately, in a way, denotes that, it's not fit for usage anymore. So AI and IoT, that's Internet of Things. I think these two are the broad tech buckets which cater to a lot of the automation processes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Rena, do you have any insights into, the Amazon warehouses and stuff,
Yes, I do.
and how, unfortunately, I've never seen it in person,
All right.
but I hear that it's like sci-fi in there.
It is amazing. So Amazon warehouses, they use two kinds of bots that I know of. I don't know if they've increased any in the past 1 year. They use robotic arms and they use full-on complete bots, which are called as Amazon Kiva bots, Kiva. The robotic arms, they do a lot of the arm processes in the sense of painting, welding, that kind of stuff, which requires just an arm. Whereas the Amazon Kiva bots, they take care of picking the package, packing it, stamping it with all the details, and sending it to the required process center.
Nice.
So, and that's a complete bot.
Right. Do you know, what caused them to go into this particular direction, right? I think
I love, how you are sort of unpacking the
Yeah.
details of this. As I earlier mentioned, that human body is not meant for physical laborious tasks 9 hours a day, 5 days a week. An Amazon warehouse associate, think of him just stamping, just putting on the stamp of which consists of your name and the RFID tag or the barcode. Just this action of stamping caused a lot of. They realized that it caused a lot of shoulder pains and
Wow.
in the employees, and that is when they moved to these robotic arms and Amazon Kiva robots. So to prevent the deteriorating health of the employees, they moved to this.
Awesome. So I actually see a lot of automation, right? So now we have robots that, paint and all that stuff. There's also bots that package.
Yeah.
But then there's also a software component to this, which I think it's identifying where that package goes,
Yeah.
right? Printing a stamp, making sure it's assigned to that particular customer, and then putting it in the right delivery truck, which I'm pretty sure is also automated. And then having that truck, go and, getting that manifest to that truck driver, this needs to go to this particular state. All of that is software driven and it is automated. The only human aspect of this is where the driver actually starts driving, reads the notes on where the end delivery should go to. And that's where the automation ends, right?
I wouldn't say it ends there.
Maybe
I
it goes
would
a
say
step
that
further, yeah.
For last mile delivery, companies like Amazon, they've started using drones and autonomous vehicles. So I'm like,
Yeah.
it's right till the very end.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's mainstream, but I think they've piloted it in some universities and some small towns.
Yeah, I don't think it's mainstream, but
Yeah.
definitely.
But really cool stuff. So some of the challenges that I face is, I think we were discussing earlier, is when we design an application, we need to factor in what devices is it going to be used on. And web-based, sure, there's web browser considerations, Chrome, Edge, Mozilla Firefox, whatever else you can think of, Safari. I guess. And then, so there's that aspect. Then now we're going into, okay, are people on phones going to be using it? Which means now we have to work on Android and iOS. And again, you have the implications of, well, on Android and on iOS, you have all of the various web browsers that you're using. Now, if you're going to build an app-based solution, that might mitigate some of that, but we also have to think about customers. Our customers are going to be intuitive enough to know that they can go download this app, or are they just going to go to their browser and type in the website and try to log in through there, right? And then you also have the variable aspects of it, and now, there's a whole gambit of electronic variable devices. You have the Samsung, you have Google's Pixel, I forget what the watch is called, then you have the Apple Watch. Those are some of the challenges we face, and they're quickly developing solutions on how to automate some of this stuff. So the general consensus that most of the industry is shifting to is coding it in one application, in one framework, and that framework distributes it across the various platforms, essentially. So now we talk about QA testing, ensuring the functionality. So now, instead of testing in 7, 8 different environments, 8 different applications or programs or browsers, you're now testing in one location and then pushing that code to every single one of these devices. So you just scale down the labor by a factor of 7 to 8 because of automation. From the resourcing perspective, when I say before, this is like 3-4 years ago, you were developing on these various aspects. You need teams of engineers, teams of software professionals working on this. Now it's gone to, you need a team of 1, maybe a couple of developers, a couple of testers, and now you have a product that's available for launch in 10 different platforms. And I think you're a QA person. You're probably seeing a lot of these tools and technologies, and your life is probably getting a lot easier and simpler because of this.
Awesome. Yeah, I know within the software industry, it's really easy, like I said, talking about automation tests, integration tests, those kinds of things. We actually decided to write our own tool to assist us with a lot of that automation, because there's a lot of software and a lot of tools out there and available, but it's also important for an organization to understand when those tools don't meet a specific need, right? Certainly there's use cases for a lot of them, but what we found was, like I mentioned earlier, life insurance is just so complicated that there wasn't already a tool out there. And so what we wound up doing was we wound up working with our QA experts and our business analysts, and we devised a tool to exercise our system from a business-specific perspective, right? You were talking a little bit earlier, how do you validate that business data? Because we all know that the tech folk will validate the tech side of it. And I think there's often a gap in knowledge with the tech folk understanding those business requirements. And not that I would expect them to, because that's not their forte, right? That's not where their skill set is. And so what we did was we said, all right, I don't want my QA staff wasting their time and their mental capacity on validating a point and click of a developer's test notes, right? That's not where their value is for us as an organization. Their value is in their business knowledge. Their value is in their expertise within the industry. I would rather them try and break the system in a meaningful way than just to say, does A plus B equal C, right? And so that's what we did. That's what we devised as a tool, was that ability to say, let's let the QA folks define those testing requirements, and the developers can continue their normal workflow. And this tool allows us to go through an automation process that exercises the system regularly with the criteria that those analysts set forth. That has increased our developer productivity, because now they're not getting as much kickback, because now we're exercising those things for developers that they weren't aware of, because they never knew things even existed, right? Well, now they're getting that feedback immediately. Our QA folks are now able to get into more rigorous definitions of either A, new functionality that they want to see, or being able to exercise the system more robustly. Go ahead, yeah.
So is this like testing the business rules on the data itself?
Yep, absolutely.
Like, I told you, I also come from a life insurance background.
Right.
That was one of the challenges. The biggest challenge wasn't the actual ticking on the screen.
Right.
Seeing the result. Do the calculations, do the actuarial calculations.
Match.
line up?
Absolutely.
And those actuarial calculations are extremely complicated. So is that the kind of stuff that you
It's exactly what it's doing. Yeah. Yeah. So we actually just rolled this out a little bit later last year. So we've only actually had it in place for a few months here, but the results have been exceptional. Our clients have started using it, and they've been just floored with the ability of it to, again, that let's let the actuaries be crazy. Let them define whatever they want, right? And we've been able to exercise all those things.
I think I'll represent you in Canada. I'm like right in the middle of all the insurance companies.
Right, there we go. So, it's complicated. It's complicated for any industry. It's complicated for anyone. But it's also important to note that those tools aren't always there right away. And if you have someone, certainly there's partnerships with Harsha and other software industries and software organizations that can allow you to say, you know what, we need a tool, to be able to help us with this. We don't need those humans involved in ways that is laborious in any way, right? And I think that applies, again, across industries. So, I encourage everyone to reach out and say, you know what, if you have an idea for those kinds of things, reach out to the appropriate folks, because, again, those tech minds are out there to help us build those tools in advance in all sorts of ways, which is exciting. Again, I'm a tech guy. I'm super nerdy, so I love talking about this kind of stuff. So, a lot of fun stuff. So actually, as we start talking about tools, that leads me into kind of this next question, which is, what tools are you guys using to help facilitate this automation? Is it an industry-specific tool? Is it a general tool? Talk to me a little bit about that. Richard?
Okay, so the first example I gave, the data quality, automating data quality validation and testing, that example The customer used a tool from a startup company named Validator, spelled Validatar.
Ooh, validator.
And they invented this metadata-driven data quality testing, which they're delivering now on-prem and in the major clouds. So that was the key to that story. The other one about the robots in the factory, the data warehouse platform is Teradata Vantage in the cloud. Teradata is a venerable data warehouse platform, which many people might imagine it's been around since the 90s, might imagine it's now out of date. But it's actually been updated significantly for the cloud over the last few years. And it was chosen for this factory example because of its ability to handle this IoT data and analyze it at scale. It's pouring in very fast and has to be entered into the database rapidly and analyzed rapidly. And it was able to satisfy that problem in the cloud.
That's awesome. Rena?
Let's start with e-commerce. So I'll talk about 5 tools which e-commerce and retail is leveraging to increase efficiencies, to increase the customer experience, and to just reduce the workload on the internal staff. Starting first with one which we most often encounter, AI-powered chatbots or virtual agents. And this is across industries, in a way. So I implemented this in the edtech startup that I was working for. And the reason for that was it was a startup, a very small startup, a very lean team with just 2 sales representatives. And when one of them would go on a vacation for 15 days, sales would be drastically dropped. So that is when we realized the need of managing the workload using chatbots and virtual agents, where for normal queries, which does not require a lot of thought process, can be routed to chatbots, whereas the complicated queries can be routed to the sales representative. Talking about the second technology which was leveraged in e-commerce, automated inventory management systems. Companies like Amazon or any retail company, they face a lot of problem in managing their inventory, especially across different locations. It's a huge task. So technologies like RFID tags and IoT sensors, they help in maintaining the stock and prevent any situations of, a stock out.
Yeah.
And that's
Missing
very important.
inventory, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly, just inventory. Moving on to the third, drones and AVs for last mile delivery, as I spoke about it recently. That is so useful in congested areas. Think of a place like New York.
Mm-hmm.
Your parcel is in New York, but it still won't reach you on, I don't know, say Christmas Eve,
Right.
because the roads are just packed.
Right.
So last mile delivery for that. The fourth one is automated checkouts and self-service. For example, Amazon's just walk out technology, where you go into the store, there's no representative selling you stuff, you just pick it up and walk out of the store. And the fifth would be AI-driven analytics for targeted marketing. When you open your Amazon app, you find products which you are interested in. It saves you time of scrolling through thousands of products. Targeted marketing. That covers the technologies leveraged by e-commerce and retail. In manufacturing, we spoke about robotic arms. This is also used across industries, for example, in restaurants. For example, think of a restaurant chain which recently implemented this. It's a burger chain, and a majority of its clientele is the school students, and they come via the school bus. It stops there, and so they have set up cameras outside their location where from a mile away they can note the bus coming, and that is when the bots inside, they start frying the fries
Interesting.
to, enhance the experience, to reduce delays, to have a faster
That is great.
overall process.
Right, and you actually touched on that earlier too, right? Customer satisfaction.
Customer
Who doesn't love
satisfaction.
crunchy fries?
Who
Fresh
exactly,
fries,
exactly. And the next technology which is leveraged a lot by manufacturing is IoT devices, sensors to monitor equipment health
Yes.
and thereby predictive maintenance of them.
Awesome. A lot of good stuff there. Harsha?
Sure, I'll keep mine brief because I do want to get to some Q&A here. So I talked about the challenges that we face in trying to get something published across various devices, and not getting into all the tools. One of the ones we use primarily is React, just like an open source solution with a lot of modules where you're just pulling all these modules together, and once you build the tool that you're looking for, you can then publish it across the various aspects. Another tool we've actually used fairly frequently is actually chatbots, because whether it's retail, manufacturing, whatever it is, anytime you have a website, there is a training aspect to it that a lot of people struggle with, right? You can't just deploy a tool and expect it to be used in the manner it is meant to be used. And I'm sure you probably encounter this a lot as well. So we use chatbots and have a repository of knowledge using AI that then we take and feed questions, and then we search the knowledge base and then try to put together an answer that we believe is most accurate for that customer. And 80% of the time it responds and the customers are satisfied, which reduces a lot of call time, not having a actual resource to answer these calls physically or go to that particular location and to resolve it. We've seen a significant decrease in the need for labor to address some of these questions, some of these issues, technical issues. But chatbots are available and usable for any industry, and I think they're so far. I do like to play games with them sometimes, try to see how good they are. But they're not foolproof either, because I believe, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have read this, but some dealership implemented a chatbot to sell their vehicles, and they were able to trick the chatbot into having a legally binding agreement with that customer to sell a car for $1. And and the lawyers went through it, everyone went through it, and they're like, this is legally binding. They took that down within the hour after that. It was a lawyer that did it, so he knew it was legally binding. That's how he was able to get a really fast response on it. But there is a lot of potential for good with automation. There's also some pitfalls that we need to be aware of and watch out for. But I think so far from my experience, it's been an additive tool. It's been supportive. It has reduce the amount of resources required to develop something that might have cost millions of dollars, has been scaled down to a fraction of the cost, a tenth, maybe a seventh of it, as I was explaining earlier.
Excellent. Now, I know we're coming up on time here, so I encourage anyone, during the next break, during lunch, feel free to meet up with us. I know there was one other topic on pitfalls, which I think would have been another interesting topic to cover, but I think we're just about out of time.
Yep.
45, so I'll turn it back over. Thanks everyone for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was truly fascinating. Thank you, all the panelists, and for everyone who engaged in the discussion today. We had some adjustments in our schedule due to some changes, so we're going to go right into recognition and awards at this time. Following that, we'll go right into lunch, and then we're going to move our fireside chat until after lunch. So if you're looking at your schedules, those are the adjustments we're making. So to go into that portion, we have Crystal Fushi here to present this year's honorees. Give her a hand of applause while she, if not anything, for this outfit. I mean, isn't she fabulous?
Thank you, ma'am. Well, good afternoon.
while we're waiting on the awards, just a few kind of housekeeping. I'm going to give out the awards. You will have approximately a couple of minutes for any remarks that you would like to have. And then if you could please, before we exit the stage, they would like to capture a picture. I think it's best to kind of be kind of in front of the, I guess this lovely sign right here. So if we could just pause right here, the background. I know, it's so nice. The backdrop, exactly. So if we could just take a pause right there, that would be wonderful. Our first recipient for the Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Kenneth Seals Nutt, the co-founder of Science Stories. Kenneth?
Thank you to the TechNet Conferences. I really appreciate this, and also thank you to my teams and everyone who keeps me grounded and allows me to do the work that I do.
Our next recipient of the Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Tyrone Moodley, CEO of GoFundStartup.com.
I just wanted to say thank you to the TechNet staff for organizing this, and the audiovisual guys. I know you guys are here earlier today, and always see you every morning. And I also wanted to say thank you to the panelists for having such engaging conversations. Really enjoyed listening to all the interesting experiences that you've all had, and look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Our next Influential Leadership Award in Technology recipient is presented to Matthew Segretti, CTO and SVP, LIDP Consulting Services Incorporated.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for being here. I really appreciate TechNet for the opportunity to be here. Obviously, speaking on panels and all that kind of fun stuff. It's been a great couple of days. I look forward to finishing off the next couple of days strong. I would like to thank, obviously, my teams that I work with, but also my family for supporting me in everything that I've done through my career. So, thank you.
Our next recipient of the Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Nathan Broderick, founder of AI Vector.
It gets called OWL a lot, but it is AI Vector. So.
Oh, I did have it right, because I saw that's
Yeah, the name itself stands for artificial intelligence. So we started back in 2008. So I was thinking about this stuff back then and loved the new tech. So I wanted to just say thank you to my wife who's here supporting me today. She's been a great support through the business. Just goes crazy every day. And to TechNet as well for bringing me here.
Our next recipient for the Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Nicholas Williams, VP Software, DeVivo Inc. Or Devo? Devio. Yeah, this.
Shiny.
It is.
Thank you. This is truly an honor, and I'm very proud to be here with everyone. Everyone I've talked to this weekend has been a really in-depth knowledge in their areas, and I've been really happy about this conference. So thank you to TechNet for putting this together, and thank you for everyone who supported me, especially my family, my lovely wife Ella, who accompanied me, and my team at Devio, Tom Anderson, Sean McKenney, and Ray Quintana especially.
Our next recipient of the Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Swati Nilesh Shinde, Deputy Manager Technology, Saragama India Ltd.
So thank you, TechNet. Thank you, everyone out here, and of course to my team and family.
The next Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Ravi Tanetti, Senior Vice President Engineering, Jory AI or Al. Ravi? Ravi, nice to see you. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words? Yes, go right ahead.
First of all, thank you for this incredible honor. We have been having a great time at this conference, and it adds a lot of joy to receive this award. I would say I'm incredibly grateful for people in my life who supported me, starting from my parents, my family, and the mentors I had, the coaches I had, the teams that I worked with, the organizations I worked for the past 20 years. And the credit goes to whatever success that I have right now. Credit goes to all of the people in my life. I strongly believe life is people. Thank you very much again for this incredible honor.
Our next Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Nathaniel Hernandez, Tech Researcher and Developer Freelancer.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to thank TechNet for bringing me out here today, and I also want to thank my lovely fiance for all the support she has given me thus far. I have yet to present my project, but I will be presenting that later on today. I look forward to presenting, and I also would like to thank you all for your presentations. And I was able to build really meaningful connections here today, and I look forward to actually working and building something meaningful and impactful for the world.
The next Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Terry Green, CIO and co-founder of Life Technology Solutions, LLC.
Hello, everybody. So I'm gonna say this a little different. I'm gonna first thank God, who is truly the head of my life. As we know, faith without works is dead. So he gave me the vision, and I'm glad I was able to make it plain. Secondly, my wife, who had to deal with all of my madness to kind of get to our viewpoints. Couldn't have done it without her. And all of you guys, because we know that it's people that fuel companies. So I appreciate you taking it. Thanks for bringing us out.
And last but certainly not least, a fellow Tar Heel. The Influential Leadership Award in Technology is presented to Reggie Manning, co-founder and CEO of Vista Data.
Thank you, TechNet, for bringing all of us together. This has been a truly amazing conference. I'm really grateful for this award. I'd like to thank my wife, who's in the back of the room, but in the front and beside me and through all these steps. Also like to thank the Vista Data team for bringing this together, and look forward to continuing to being around you innovators, and we're moving technology and AI forward. So thank you.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Is Bree back? No? Okay, well, that concludes the session of the awards and recognitions. I believe you all can now break for lunch. All of the recipients, if I could please have you up to the front right here. We want to get one group picture of everybody with their award, please. Thank you. For up there.
I think I'm in.
is just one of our, this will be my intro, and then we'll get to your slide. Okay, you guys, we're gonna, hopefully everyone can trickle in so we can get started, have a seat on, proceeding with the next, fireside chat. But before we proceed, I just want to emphasize that results-driven solutions are essential for scaling business growth. Express Ranking, a sister company of TechNet Conferences, excels in providing exceptional digital marketing services with practical solutions. What happened to the slide that was up there? Well, I guess the Express Ranking one, the one I'm actually speaking on, maybe? No? Okay. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed their meal. We're going to go ahead and proceed. Hold on one second. So, moving on to our next fireside chat, which delves into the enthralling intersection of artificial intelligence and the humanistic thought. The topic is exploring intersection, artificial intelligence impact on humanistic thinking, and the reciprocal influence of humanities on AI development. This discussion revolves around exploring the intersection between artificial intelligence and humanistic thinking and the reciprocal influence of the humanities on AI development. That was a mouthful. The aim is to understand how AI shapes humanistic perspectives and how insights from humanities can inform the development and application of artificial intelligent technologies. I would like to welcome our experts, Kenneth Seals-Nutt and Reginald Manning, to the stage.
This feels very fireside. How y'all doing today? Hope lunch was great. So I'm Reggie Manning with Vista Data. Our company focuses on AI data as well as it relates to education. We've done projects with schools as well as other companies just to bring education and overall that thought around how do we implement AI into the education platform and move it forward.
And hello, everyone. I'm Kenneth Seals-Nutt. I'm a software engineering manager at a company called Wizard AI, which is a conversational commerce startup in New York City based around being able to provide personal shopping assistance all over text messaging. And then I'm also a computer science researcher for Yale University and partner with a lot of research universities on building pipelines of applying industry best practices into research and academia. And also I'm co-founder of Science Stories, which is a passion project with a co-founder of mine and our fellow researcher to amplify the life and works of women and people of color in the sciences.
So when we look at the topic, Kenneth and I have been chatting about it throughout the past couple of days. And one thing in particular is like, what is the effect of AI on humanity, right? And so we're getting to somewhat a philosophical like conversation around it. But when you think about what is the impact that AI is having on society, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, and I love that our topic starts with the word intersectionality. For me, that was a concerted effort in my career is to carve out a path that allowed me to stay in research while also in industry. And so for me, I've seen the impact of AI on humanity and the work we do is giving access to people that don't typically wear a software engineering hat. So in research libraries, there's a lot of good that's going on in big research institutions and small universities that are trying to find ways to digitize maybe their libraries, archives, or collections, or find ways for more representation to be brought into data sets by tapping into historians and archaeologists. And historically, you would need a professional software engineer to help to build out a full tech stack around it. And now some of these researchers are adapting themselves to be able to take on some of these tasks and write small lines of code that can now do a lot more than was before. And so I do think this hybrid model for employment, but also for people that have passion projects and work that is socially good, have new tools and new means to be able to benefit those communities they want to serve. And yeah, Reggie, I would love to hear how that translates to in the classroom and on the education side.
Yeah, so I've spoke about a project we did with a school in North Memphis, and students in middle school have had opportunity to learn the fundamentals of AI. And so throughout this coursework, they learn about machine learning, models, design thinking, those aspects of it. And it was really like inspired when you hear, like, you know the conversation and you know the coursework, but when you have a conversation with a 12-year-old and he's talking about design thinking, he's like, wait a minute, you get this, like you understand what's happening. And so I think when we look at it, like the effect on humanity, it's changing the trajectory of what kids are capable of doing, as well as the workforce. Like, what are the jobs of the future, right? Like, what are we going to need in skills that AI can help power us or power the future kids to do? So that aspect of it really is, we had other additional side conversations throughout the conference talking about like plumbing, right? Like it's a trade, but think about it from the standpoint of like, what effect would AI have on that from an education standpoint? Can you now have videos that interact with kids on teaching them how to be a plumber? Can you expedite the amount of training and learning around a trade? So I think the intersection of, the effect of AI on humanity has a multitude of applications.
Yeah, and my wife used to also be a teacher, and seeing how a huge problem in especially the public education system is teachers are often managing larger and larger class sizes, where many teachers are leaving the profession because the pay gap is so extraneous that this is only going to be a bigger and bigger problem throughout, especially the American education system. For lower education, and thinking about how does AI impact that is it allows you to build out individualized course learning and pipelines that if maybe you read a little slower like I did as a child, instead of having to pull the teacher aside, I can maybe take a couple courses that a chatbot or assistant is helping me get caught up to speed, or if you're a little bit more advanced, you'd be able to assign work programmatically instead of the teacher having to build out a course plan for every individual student, and then they can kind of guide and strategize across the classroom and instead of kind of being pulled from student to student and underserving everyone in the process. And so it has been really cool seeing the embrace of tech and AI in the classroom, and there's a lot of room a lot of work that we need to do around that, and I'd love to know how that process has been for your organization.
Yeah, and so as we talk about the positive sides of it, there are some inherent risks, right? Like everyone's talked about it throughout this weekend, is that there are opportunities that we have to be careful of. Like AI will not replicate human thinking as a human. Like there's some gaps in emotional intelligence, as well as just the overall emotions of what's going on between the interaction of humans. But the effect of being able to have that in the classroom or beyond the classroom, you think about professional certifications, as well as like just degrees that you may obtain. It's really pulling together like what are these components of how AI can actually accent it all.
Yeah, and in addition to the actual output of what AI can give, putting my software engineering hat on, it's forced us to build more resilient systems. Before having tools that had non-deterministic output. It was very easy to test. It was very easy to unit test. But every software engineer, especially a software engineering manager, had to deal with it worked on my machine, but then I deployed it to production and something changed, and now there's a bug. Now we're comfortable with dealing with that ambiguity of, I might write a function, the output is unpredictable, so how do I start thinking about what happens in those contingency moments at the beginning of the process instead of, if there's an accident or if there's a bug or if there's a critical failure, then trying to build more infrastructure around it. It's kind of baked into the model, and so it's been interesting thinking about, as AI is getting more advanced, we're also becoming more skeptical and more critical in how we build our platforms and our projects so that they can adapt and scale with uncertainty, which is something that historically we just haven't been able to do that well, is to move quickly in an uncertain world.
Yeah. So I think that's a great segue to the flip side of the coin, right? Like we talked about AI's effect on humanity. What is humanity's effect on AI? And from my perspective, I feel like the biases of humans affect AI in terms of the programming and the training. So it's as good as we are, right? Like it's learning from us, and if we're flawed, then it's going to be inherently flawed to some degree. So I think the opportunity is like, how do we mitigate the biases of humans to influence the AI? Because it doesn't have an emotion, it doesn't have a bias. It's just whatever we put on it. I almost think of it as like, in a relationship or with kids, like you're going to mirror what you see. And so if you're putting out bad information or you have bad behaviors, then they're going to see those come back to you. And if you have a machine that's programmed and trained on it, then you're going to get the output of what you train it.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like you said, we kind of get what we put out, or get out what we put in. Also, defining that we is important too. And a big issue that I would see, and what actually brought me into kind of not only working in industry, but also trying to use my skills to help with research projects, is a lot of research is around how do you amplify data sets that aren't available today. So if you're building maybe a corpus that's doing image detection, Zoom has a big, had a lot of extensive research on how do you do like programmatic lighting adjustments during the pandemic, but they didn't have enough image data on people with a lot of melanin in their skin, and so everyone still looks like a shadow, and whenever that filter gets applied, that's just a lack of training data. And even well-intentioned full companies like Zoom, we're really just trying to help avoid the costs and a burden of building professional lighting for remote workforce. The data itself becomes the issue that's a barrier for how, or at least a cap on how much innovation you can build off of that. And so some of the work that I've been doing is around allowing content that historically was not on the web or not digital, and finding ways that we can digitize that. For me, a lot of language models are built on knowledge corpuses, and so I help build knowledge graphs for libraries that might want to do a research project on, one of them is with Rutgers that I'm partnered with, is building the bibliography of all Black authors from the time of the beginning of American history on to today, which is a data set that just doesn't exist today. But there's so much print material that the data itself is there, it's just not digitized. And so how do you structure that in a knowledge graph in a way that a large language model can also understand and interpret and can be used in future training data sets? And there's many applications out there that are similar, where I'm also working with Johns Hopkins School of Public Health on nutrition data. Food deserts are a very common thing, and especially in urban areas or very far out rural areas throughout the world, where you could be in a very vibrant city, but based on your block, you might not have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. And your nutrition might have to be structured very differently based on how far you have to commute to get, the ingredient makeup that makes your diet nutritional rich. And so I'm working with Johns Hopkins on a way to identify across other countries, how do we make a knowledge graph that's standardized through all the food composition tables, which are similar to like the USDA today in the US, but every country has their own. And how can we break those down and aggregate them in a way that you can generate nutritional data off of that that can allow you to pinpoint these hotspots of food deserts that we often would overlook, even in cities like LA and New York City, where there's plenty of people, but it's very hard in a micro level to make sure that everyone has the nutrition they need.
Yeah. So, audience, we think about this is a unique point in history where we can actually write, what the models and the knowledge corpuses contain. What are some things as humans that we can do to influence AI in a way that it betters us all, right? Like, I think from the history of this country, there's some things that have been done well and things that could have been improved. So as we look forward, like, we have another opportunity to rewrite and cultivate what we want the outcomes, or at least the transfer of knowledge to be. And what you're doing with, upskilling it to underrepresented communities and people who aren't represented well, like, what are some other things that we could do to really enhance the opportunity and the tool of itself for the future?
Yeah.
It's about the data. So I think AI will work itself out long term just because people use it and use it and use it.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to filter out voices and things that are not supposed to be there, that are causing those issues, I think. And as companies look at it, they're going to filter it out too. So I think it's going to have a natural progression forward. So what we can do is just keep working with
Yeah.
keep telling companies, hey, this thing, the AI gave me bad data right here, or this is something bad, fix it. And I think if we put it on the companies, it'll solve itself really fast.
Yeah, and then finding areas there's synergies in building that data set too, I think is important. Where if every company is building their own, model and their own, start foundational data, well, we're all starting from the same starting point. Nobody's building on each other's work, and so we're only going to go so far. And finding areas that we can kind of build, and maybe not completely open source for every, proprietary piece of technology, but a lot of data is can be structured in a way that's not personal data, but data that can be used for generative AI and other forms of machine learning, that we can collaboratively build these data sets and regulate them and monitor and make sure that they're culturally reflective and appropriate as well.
So another, while I was researching this topic and just seeing what's out there on it, one thing we came across is the idea of creativity, right? Like creativity in AI. So you can write a prompt, it gives you a picture. And then that picture, you revise it, you say it's not quite it, or you may go with it. So I think it becomes a point, and this is more of a question to think about, who's driving which level of creativity? Is what's created by the machine telling you this is good, or is it the other way around that you tell the machine like, nah, I don't like that? Or is your creativity prompted because of something you saw as a starting point?
Yeah, I mean, on the creativity piece, I think there's definitely a cycle there, and we've seen that in every industry. I think fashion is a important industry that you kind of ask that question of,
Right.
Are we dictating trends, or is somebody predicting the trend, and we're all matching that? And yeah, go ahead.
So you mentioned something, you say you're digitizing black authors.
Yeah, they're bibliographies and print media, yeah.
So then that data has not been digital?
Correct.
So that means that so black voices are not being put on the model, right?
Correct.
That's some very important work that you're doing.
Yeah, and there's so many versions of that. And for me, it was personal, where I got into software engineering not knowing the impact that my grandmother had on programming. And I didn't know at the time that this was a woman's profession, and today it's so male-dominated. And thinking about how do we forget that history. And for me, it was more of a history project. I just wanted to have something that I could remind myself that here are all of the heroes throughout, history that made the projects that we benefit from today. Grace Hopper building the first programming language, the first piece of software that was a functional programming language. It's something that doesn't really get talked about as much as Steve Jobs and Alan Turing, for example, as key like computational figures. And so for me, it was like, okay, this curiosity of how can we put more people in. A lot of times, if you don't know they exist, there's no way to search for them online. There's nowhere for you to find out. And it's sometimes it's just as simple as search engine optimization, like what every business would do if they were trying to break themselves on the web. How can we build search engine optimizations for content and knowledge? And so that's where I focused on building knowledge graphs, and all search engines are driven by knowledge graph curation and the catalog of search links. And so by me finding ways to digitize content and then also making it publicly available through a link on the web, and then pinging in the same knowledge graph that Google and Mozilla both hit, okay, now this is a search result that actually turns up when somebody searches who was the first, female physicist in my city. And you'd be able to find that content. And everyone has their own passions and own projects. And so I've kind of turned that into a service in itself where I can help other universities tackle their own domains and the things that they're confident in or want to be able to see more of in the world. Yeah. Yeah.
But in this case, what you're saying is that it's not just having people working in the field, it's about the data going in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Having diverse voices,
Mhm.
training them on, right? Because you might say that there's one version of the truth.
Yeah,
Might.
exactly.
Might. Yeah.
You will.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's an example. Yeah, and that's also an example where it's not just from the data standpoint. Like the data was there. It really was how the implementation happened that where more bias, like it created these weird outputs that aren't even humanly possible, and you kind of swing very far the other direction. But that's still, the data being there is still important, and that's also how you correct these mistakes, is more data and more examples, and finding more ways to accomplish very niche questions that we ask of our data.
Yeah. When, and also you think about just the democratization of access to contribute to the data. Like if you don't know about large language models and knowledge corpuses, how can you contribute to it? Right. So I think it's our responsibility to be evangelists to, spread the word, give access, create programs and projects through education, nonprofits, where kids and young adults and even older adults can have access to influence and contribute to the overall knowledge corpus, so we can have a more well-rounded thought model of what the outputs are.
Yeah, this is very much a left and right brain type of problem where, I mean, in terms of structuring data and bringing more example data in, it's going to take a lot of designers building new interfaces that we haven't thought of before. And do you have a point there? Yeah. Yep.
Right? So as a global, citizen, we just sort of getting a very one-dimensional view of the world, which, fortunately and unfortunately is the way it is, but if we can, as you said, democratize it, we can start bringing in more voices,
Yeah.
more authors from not just North America, but from the continent. There's so many authors from Nigeria, South Africa.
And it all doesn't have to reside in one model, right? Like, at least have opportunity to access that model of African heritage, right? Like, it doesn't have to be in all of them, but as a start, like, let's have these different corridors where we can access this data and this information.
But the point is any of that data being put into any one right now? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. It depends on what the company is and what their goals are and the responsibilities that they hold themselves to until there are, regulations in place. I think for me as a software engineer, that's something that I'm always thinking about too. And whenever I help with these types of research projects, even though I don't speak multiple languages, I make sure that the data model itself is multilingual from its core. So everything is machine actionable with unique disambiguated IDs that are numbers, and then those are bound to human language. And so that allows you to build pipelines that if I say this in English, I'm also not boxing out someone who only speaks another language. They can also contribute the data that might be talking about the same concept in their own language. And so then over time, you can then build models that complete that data across other languages that speak, that overlap, but then you can, generate things that kind of fill in those holes where very often overlooked languages, especially in African countries, have a lot of the same research projects and research going in, but then they don't have the funding that a Google might pitch towards a company that's based in Europe or North America. And so these are some of the areas that interoperability kind of has multiple levels there. And it's about what are you giving a data set and how can you structure it in a way that actually does address these needs versus you're just generating data that only serves one community.
Yeah, I guess to kind of tie it all together, as we discuss back and forth, it's really humans' effect on AI, right? Humanity's effect on AI because it's what we put in it, it's how we structure it, it's how it's searchable, it's how the knowledge corpus all works together that really affects the outputs of it, like garbage in, garbage out. So I think the onus is on us as humans to, I feel like us as humans, but for humans to really create and be very thoughtful about the models that we create and that we train, because it's going to be trained off of who we are. So if we can be better people, we can get better outputs on the overall training and how we can use it as a tool.
Yeah. Any other questions or anything or comments? We can totally make this casual. We have 5 minutes. Reggie, I was also curious to know, when you're going into schools, I know you have a lot of experience with charter schools and in the education system. What is it like making those intro conversations with maybe an administration head, that you want to partner with?
Yeah. So initially when we go in, it's a problem set, right? Like what problem are you trying to solve? And what we've seen is that everyone kind of knows this narrative of education where there's a teacher shortage, they're overworked, it's not enough resources for tutoring to fill in the gap. So we approach it from the idea, the case study of like, how can we leverage technology to help shore up the gaps? So applying a AI tutor, which understands the student's background, can help them shore up some of the gaps, and the back and forth exchange with them will then dictate, what you need to teach next, or if you can stay on it a little longer. So understanding like the really problem set and how you can customize an AI tool to solve this problem is kind of where we start. Like we can dial in and customize and do some other aspects of it, but it's really like understanding like this is a tool. Like I described yesterday, it's fire, right? Whether you put fire in a fireplace and you do marshmallows over it, or do you create steam to move an engine and boil water? Or is it you just let it run wild? And I don't think anyone wants to let fire run wild because it just keeps consuming. So understanding the aspect of like what problem are we solving and how can we light a candle to something of a tea leaf to create a nice scent in the air. So, just the application of the tool and, using it in a form that can help solve your problems and make life better for those around us.
Yeah, it's super inspiring work too. I know we were talking about your students do a capstone project with the community. When I was thinking about that in terms of how the interplay of giving someone access to technology immediately can impact so many more people beyond them. I'd love if you could talk about like what are some of those projects that's done out of that. Yeah.
So I was telling about earlier that the students go through the curriculum, and their capstone project is that for them to learn how to create a chatbot. So they actually created a chatbot for multiple community organizations as a group, and one in particular is for the Chamber of Commerce. So there's going to be a live bot on the Chamber of Commerce site where small businesses can search resources and converse with a chatbot to tell them where they are, how to access them, and the whole deal. So it's bringing them into the community, it's connecting them with businesses to say, well, we have better access to these resources now because this chatbot is on our site. But the fact that 12-year-olds are learning large language models and creating this just shows you if you give them access to it, then they can create. A lot of times they just don't have access to it. So what's really inspiring, the work around the city and connecting the work force and the work-based learning to being able to help small businesses thrive by something a middle school student did, learning a life skill that's transferable. So that's some of the work we're working on, looking to continue with those projects.
Yeah, and tying it too back to how does AI impact the way we're thinking, and it's really cool to see that AI and tech are now becoming cool again for school students, and more people are not just focusing on access, but also just exposure to you can do this. I think that's something very easy to do, is just tell someone, hey, you can learn how to code, you can learn prompts, you can learn LLMs, where it's so easy we often don't realize we can do that. And it's very scalable. You can tell 1,000 people that very easily without spending a dime. And oftentimes the gaps are met because a lot of students just don't know. If you're not growing up with this, someone knowing how to code in your family, or a friend, that is an engineer, you're not gonna find out that you can do those skills. And so work that you're doing is just very, very impactful for the communities. And so when I see that happen in higher education, and people are excited about, being a software engineer because they have a bigger mission, is where I get excited. And not just for writing code, but building something that actually impacts humanity. And so it really starts at as ground floor as you can get when 12-year-olds being able to work with the Chamber of Commerce is incredible.
I just think about when I was 12, like I had a lot of focus and tenacity of conquering Mario Brothers, right? Like I was gonna save the princess, and I was gonna, traverse through the different levels. But you take that same focus and give it to a kid on creating a large language model, or well, not creating a large language model, but being able to create a chatbot.
Leveraging it, yeah.
Yeah, like it's the same focus and the same skill set. It's just directing it with intentionality for them to be set up for something greater.
Yeah, and kids too are very curious, and I think that's what makes video games so fun, is you're always thinking and strategizing and breaking it down. How can you get to that next level?
Cheat codes.
Yeah, with LLMs, it goes from we teach them how to use it, and now their curiosity goes, how do we build this? How do we build against it? Well, how is it made? And it really brings that curiosity deeper and deeper as they progress throughout their education. And so, thank you for the panel, and it was a great discussion.
Oh, well, thank you guys for sharing all your knowledge. It was such an engaging fireside chat. We're happy to have you. But we're going to move on to our next keynote session. The topic is Unlocking Africa's Potential, Yas Money and Dandelion's Blockchain Revolution. Blockchain technology has the untapped potential to revolutionize financial inclusion in Africa by providing access to banking services and empowering individuals and businesses. Exploring blockchain's applications can spur innovation across sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and governance, thereby fostering economic growth. This session is crucial for leveraging technology to drive economic empowerment, transparency, innovation, and sustainable development across the continent. With that being said, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Tyrone Moodley, the CEO of Yas Money IO, to the stage to share his insights and expertise on the topic.
Hi, everyone. So thank you for being here, and it's an honor to give this presentation to everyone. Yas Money. Yas Money is something that is really close to me because it's something that can revolutionize the continent. How did it start? So we have here the Afro gold dollar, right? It didn't start with this, but It all started with my grandfather. My grandfather was born in Regina, Saskatchewan, and his great-grandfathers, they came from England, right? And my background is I'm Zimbabwean, fourth generation Zimbabwean, but my father's dad, they came from South Africa. They were from Cape Town, Durban, and my mom's dad, he was from England, and my grandmother's part of the Ila tribe in Zambia. So the Ila people are very proud, and they've been raising cattle for thousands of years. And today they hold some of the largest cattle in Zambia. as much cattle as in Texas. There's over 4 million head of cattle in Zambia. And my grandfather had migrated from Canada to northern Rhodesia to purchase cattle for World War I, to feed the British troops for the British Empire, right? So when he moved to Zambia, he married my grandmother, and with the customs, the tradition, they pay the bridal price, 51 head of cattle, and that's it's called lobola in the African language. So over time, my grandmother's family, her brother, Teddy Namainga, became one of the largest ranchers in Zambia. He had over 5,000 head of cattle. You know, I grew up hearing about this man. He was extremely wealthy. Unfortunately, he passed away in March, but he was given a state funeral because everyone looked up to him. The president attended the funeral, and it lasted for 7 days. They slaughtered over 250 cattle to feed all the mourners. But unfortunately, he was asset rich and cash poor, which is not uncommon in Africa. Many farmers and villages, they have a lot of assets, but they don't have much money. And I started asking questions because I've been working in North America for 20 years. I went to University of Texas and studied fintech. I've worked for Fortune 500 companies, building hedging applications, doing complex, financial calculation, derivatives, integrating with Bloomberg APIs, and doing really complex stuff for insurance companies and banking systems. So I looked at this situation, and I really tried to understand, at the root cause, why is it that my uncle, who has 5,000 head of cattle, is poor, right? It didn't make sense to me. Well, he didn't want to sell his cattle, but in North America, you have certain things like credit bureaus. That your ranchers in Texas can access liquidity, right, by going to a bank and using their cattle as collateral. So I came up with a concept that I said, well, why don't we tokenize this cattle, right? We do real-world tokenization on the cattle, and we'll put it on the blockchain. And it was like, yeah, that's awesome, right? Let's do it. So I did it. But then the question was, who's going to buy those tokens, right? How do we provide liquidity from the NFTs? And again, started asking questions, got a root cause. Basically, in Africa, there's no commodities exchange. So whether you're a farmer that's farming grain or tobacco or, cattle or metals, gold, copper, there's no exchange where people can put their commodities and trade it, right? So I theorized that if we created this exchange, there would be a way to provide liquidity for the farmers. Because my whole idea was to help the farmers, to help my people in the village not be poor, right? But then I started getting back to the root cause, which is the foundational issue of, the commodities exchange, and going back to the liquidity, right? And then aha moment came where I was like, you know what? Zimbabwe has the largest gold mines in Africa. I don't know what crazy amount of gold they have. There's like $6 trillion worth in the ground. Zambia, same thing. Zambia's got gold and copper. People, in there, there's a certain area where my mom's family comes from, where the ground is yellow because there's so much gold in the ground. You just pick up nuggets, right? So I realized, I was like, you know what? If we tokenized the gold and we created this utility token called the Afro Gold dollar, right? We could purchase physical gold and create a stable coin, right? Which could then be stored in the Bank of Zambia, right? We store the bullion in the Bank of Zambia, because the other problem is that the gold goes to Dubai. All of Africa's wealth is going to Dubai. That's one of the biggest issues we have. And Dubai is being built, but Africa's poor. So they take Africa's gold, then they loan us money with our gold, and then we get into debt to pay off the loan, right? So with this model, we kind of like flip it around on its head, right? So we store the gold in the Bank of Zambia, and then we mint the Afro, I shortened it Afro dollar, but the Afro gold dollar, right? And we have 1 Afro dollar is basically 1 ounce of gold. But you don't have to buy the whole dollar. You can buy a fraction, right? Because it's crypto, right? You can buy like $10 worth, right? And you can always liquidate at any point. So when you do that there, we can then loan the farmers money, right? So if a farmer has a calf, we can sell a futures contract on our commodity exchange, right? As a calf is born, in fact, when the calf is in the womb of the mother, we can start selling the contract, maybe at $50, right? As soon as the calf is born, maybe it's $200. As the calf gets to 12 months, it's $400. At 36 months, it's maybe $2,000, right? So, but we can provide loans. So like if you got 100 calves, you could take out a loan using those calves, right? And because you got the gold, we can provide insurance on those calves. So if the calves die, we can pay it back. But the farmer can get a loan at 12%, and we sell the contract to investors at 12%. But it's backed by the gold, so you don't have to worry about your investment going south, right? Because the gold is there to back up the calf, which is technically your insurance, right? So this gets back to the commodity exchange, and I just explained the calf situation, right? So you have your farmer there selling the contract on the calf for $200, right? So we have real-world assets that are backed by gold, right? The investors will have insurance on each Afro dollar. It's backed by in the vaults of Zambia. So if you got to an ounce of gold and you wanted your physical gold, we'll have coins. So you can exchange the utility token for an actual coin through the Bank of Zambia. What will this do for local communities? I believe it'll transform local communities, right? But this is not just for Africans on the continent. This is for Africans in the diaspora. So recently, I've become an ambassador for the State of the African Diaspora, which is an actual entity that's recognized by the African Union, right? Within the African Union Constitution, they've recognized the over 350 million Africans around the world, in the US, in Brazil, in France, and England, as part of the diaspora, right? So you too can invest and help build up Africa, right? Even if you're not African, right? You can participate. You can get that 12%, right? So who are our partners? We've partnered with Dandelion, of course. This is the Dandelion has a layer 1 blockchain. It's extremely fast. We're building an app called Ndepi. Ndepi in the Bantu language means what is it, but like it's slang for what's up, right? So everybody knows what's up in Africa. It's Ndepi. You say Ndepi, you greet someone, you say Ndepi, they understand what that means, right? So this app, it's almost like a WeChat app, and it allows you to trade and buy and sell different cryptos. So you could have USDT or USDC or Bitcoin, Ethereum, or the Afro gold dollar, right? We've also partnered with CoinChange and Yellow Card. Yellow Card is the largest exchange on the continent. In Zambia, you can purchase crypto using your phone, right? In Africa, everybody that has a phone has a bank account, right? So you send mobile money to Yellow Card, and you get Bitcoin or Ethereum into your digital wallet, right? So they're in 30 African countries, and that's one of our partners. So if you look at the diaspora, we mentioned all these people that are outside of the continent, like myself and recent immigrants and people that have been outside for a long time. there's over $45 billion that's being sent, remitted back to Africa. This is a big problem because the cost of moving that money is really expensive. Sometimes it's as much as 15%, right? Between 8 to 15%. And it's not fair because people work really hard for that money. And a lot of it goes to companies that are outright just greedy, right? Because they have the monopoly, they can do what they want and charge what they want. But if we were able to somehow use our platform to move that money, we could divert that $45 billion and purchase gold, right? Which again would keep the value within the community, right? And people would still end up getting paid the funds in their home countries, and that 10% could go into some type of a sovereign wealth fund or some type of retirement fund for the people, the hardworking immigrants that are sending money back home. So the diaspora community is growing. Every year, there's more people that are immigrating to North America, to Europe, to other countries. And what does that mean? That means that there's going to be a bigger need for this remittances, right? But going back to the cattle NFT marketplace, there's $4.5 billion in token value that's out there, right? And it could be more. Now, I've spoken to farmers on the ground, and they said, well, you know, if we got better genetics, we could improve the quality of the beef. So there's all types of business opportunities that exist for us to help to improve the quality and the value of the cattle on the ground. That's a picture of my uncle's cattle in Namwala, Uncle Teddy's cattle. So closing thoughts. As you can see, we've got a picture of the Zambian flag here with grain and all the commodities involved here. This is not just for Zambia, this is for Africa. And what we're building here could revolutionize trade on the continent. So, any questions? So Dandelion has a very, very efficient blockchain, and I think it's based on something similar as XRP. Bitcoin is the most inefficient. It's extremely expensive to mint, and the cost on Dandelion is like 0.0000008 cents, and it's rapid, like it's so fast, like you won't feel it. The way it works is you can pay through a QR code or NFC tap, and it's minted on device. So the device where the transaction is happening, that's where it's done, and then it propagates to all the different nodes on the network, but at lightning fast speed. So if it's a calf, we're starting off with selling futures on a calf only right now, because that's a little bit more easier to track. When the calf is 2 weeks old, it's got a certain value, right? And as it grows up to, I think at the full price is 36 months, it's easier to track, right? One of the challenges is the quality of the beef, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So because we charging or we have the value at $200, right? It doesn't really matter because whether it's $2,000 or $1,000, it's still going to have value as it grows, right? So, so there's multiple ways. Access to markets, right? Right now, he's sitting in a small little village that has no access to Australia or the United States or Canada or Dubai, right? Supply and demand. If there's more people that are willing to purchase your beef, right, through the NFTs, you can put it through an auction system, increase the value of that beef, right? Yeah, so right now there's already beef that's being shipped out. You have abattoirs that are able to slaughter the animal and package it in such a way where it's frozen and it can get to Australia through, you could go through either air flight, or if you want to ship the live animal, you can send it to the port. There's several ports around that are close. The road network is really good. But it is possible, and there's other companies and farms that are selling their cattle. It's just those farmers have access to international markets, and the guy in the village doesn't. So we're basically democratizing the international market for them. So, as I mentioned, my family has deep roots in that particular part of the country. We have networks of agents that know all the ranchers in that area. They're part of the ranching community. So going out, it's basically a grassroots type of level. Like, you're not going to have like somebody in the village downloading the app and then, tokenizing it on their own, right? Because the reality is that a lot of the people that are on the ground, they, most of them are not that well educated, right? So, they might only know how to use a phone and be able to access capital. But in terms of the blockchain and stuff like that, that's a little bit more complex. And this is why we're going to need to have agents that go out and, like boots on the ground and go and sign up people. So it's going to be two things. One is going to be the actual the utility token, the Afro Gold dollar. That there is going to be backed 1-to-1 with gold, and then the commodities exchange. So the NFTs for the real world assets like the cattle or the grain or the copper or other metals, that's going to be on its own ecosystem, right? That will have its own value. But it's going to be backed by the physical gold in the bank. mean, that's, you could ask the same question about other parts of the world, right? Chemical warfare, biological attacks, were we all ready for COVID? I don't think so, right? But the fact is we have the gold, which is the insurance, right? So the gold is the insurance. And I'm not sure, like I'm not a, chemical warfare expert. So I really don't know how to answer that question, but I know that, there are people, experts in the area that dip the cattle to make sure that they don't get tick-borne diseases and, stuff that, cattle get. But in terms of, state agents going in and, introducing different types of biological weapons, and I don't know that they're seeing. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I think I think the risk is low because that's never happened before. Going forward, I'm not sure in the next 5 years, but I don't think it'll happen in Zambia. It's quite an isolated area. Zambia is very friendly. Nobody hates the Zambians. The Zambians are nice. So, yeah. Any more questions? So we can discuss it afterwards. We're looking for partners. We're looking for people to work with, and investors, because this is really a movement to unite people within the diaspora, right? So if we get this right, then it's an opportunity for Africa to reinvest back into communities all over the world where Africans are, right? And of course, we're also looking for other investors too. Even if you're not African or have a 1% African DNA, you can participate too. So, any questions outside of crypto? Yeah. So we already have a crypto license in South Africa. We are getting our license, our money service license, and our microfinance license in Zambia. It's been almost 90 days, and that's the timeline. So by the end of next week, we should have those licenses. In terms of our partners with Yellow Card, we've already onboarded with them. Anybody within Yellow Card's network in Africa can purchase crypto through their network, and because we're partners with Yellow Card, they automatically come with us. CoinChange as well, they are on our network. We can send out the funds. In terms of the app, then DAPI app, that one there, we're still testing it. It's about to get released. I can actually show you the app. Right now it's in beta. You can use QR codes and NFC payments. So technically each app, each phone becomes a point of sale. They can transfer funds from phone to phone in a lightning fast way. It bypasses traditional networks. You don't need to be you don't need to have a Visa or MasterCard. You could use just your phone, right? And your digital ID, digital wallet ID. Yeah. So. Yeah. And if that's it, then I appreciate your time, and I look forward to bringing you on as partners and investors. So.
Thank you, Tyrone, for highlighting innovative pathways towards economic empowerment and technological advancement in Africa. Next, we have an insightful fireside chat. Most important elements of a modernized strategy. The chat will dissect the most essential elements of modernization strategy in today's rapidly evolving tech landscape. From legacy systems to digital transformation, we'll uncover the fundamental principle and challenges and best practices for navigating the complexities of modernization and staying ahead of the curve. Please welcome our speakers, Matthew Segretti and Eddie Pham, to the stage for their insight and perspectives on the topic.
Eddie, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Yeah, so if you guys couldn't tell, there was a change in holders here. I know there was a family emergency for her, so she had to leave. So
I was minding my own business at the other side.
So thanks for joining us
No,
today.
thank you.
Yeah, so, I think I wanted to start briefly, just what is modernization? Just because I know it has such vastly different definitions based on industry, based on your role. So, yeah, you want to kick it off?
You want me to give a little who I am?
Yeah, go for it.
So, my name's Eddie Pham. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've launched 169 companies since 1992. The first product I ever developed was a George Foreman grill. It launched my career. It gave me a namesake. From there, I launched Snuggie Blanket, Magic Bullet, and every infomercial product you can think of, everything you don't need. So I'm very good at building things you do not need. So I've been doing it for almost 34 years, and now I didn't know there was a health tech sector. I've always been very prone to helping people get their medications. Since 1996, I've owned 3 companies. The first one in 96 was My Free Pharmacy here the medicine cabinet here in Las Vegas. It helped people get their medications for free. It got shut down because Obamacare. And then I started My Free Pharmacy in Ohio, did the same thing. And now I have Complete RX. And we did all that growing through using information, AI, machine learning. CVS is the biggest PBM in the world. And I read a lot about them, and I'm like, I can do a better job. I've learned a lot in the 90s. I've learned a lot in the late 2000s. Now, let me take what I have and build a better machine. So with that, we have the most free medications on any platform, bigger than Mark Cuban's, and I've been friends with Mark for a long time. We make sure that with AI, you're not going to get a medication that's going to hurt you. It thinks faster than us, it reacts faster, and so we get all the alerts and everything else. So my other health tech company is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, virtual care. And I say virtual care, which is not telemedicine, because telemedicine, when you call in, you're going to talk to any doctor, any therapist, anybody. With our company, we built it so well that you can talk to the same primary care doctor, the same mental health therapist, the same whoever you talked to last time, if you choose to, if you want to build that rapport. So I spend a lot of time, money, and energy to build these things because I think people should be healthy. We're in the greatest country in the world, and I think healthcare is essential. And I'm done building trinkets and trash on TV, and I took everything I've learned to build these things. So, and I'm taking a broken system that was all in healthcare. Everything I build is out of pocket. My 24/7 First Care is $79.95 a month, around-the-clock coverage. And it's cheaper than most deductibles. So, and I tell people, use my service with your insurance because you don't need your insurance. I can cover most of your problems. I cover almost 90% of prescribed medications that are given out for free. So there's a lot of pluses. So I use technology to do that.
Very interesting stuff. My world is in life insurance, so not nearly not nearly as fancy. But when we talk about modernization, specifically in our industry, I think I've mentioned it over a couple of the panel sessions I've been on over the last couple of days. Is just there's so much legacy technology. There's so much outdated stuff in the world, and it was pretty funny. About 10 years ago, when I went out to a client site. I'm like, hey, let's just move you into AWS. They basically just laughed at me, right? And they were just like, I don't know. I need to be able to walk up to the machine and put my finger on it, right? They needed to be able to, have access to the data. And that's what it meant to them, right? That's what it meant to be able to have access to the data for them. And so for modernization with me and within my industry specifically, it's a lot of changing people's minds on what technology really is and, how it can benefit them, which is, to be perfectly honest, quite a bit of fun. I started this career right out of college, working with software and working in the life insurance industry, and that modernization journey is getting people to understand what the technology is, so that they're not as afraid of it, right? And so that's really where I'm coming from a modernization perspective. So I'm actually kind of curious, from your perspective, what is modernization in your journey?
I think modernization, that word like AI scares people because they don't know. And I always tell people that I mentor that you never grow unless you're uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable all day, every day. I was sitting in the room minding my business when I asked, hey, can you fill in a spot? I was like, sure. So I didn't even know what the topic was. I read it as I came over here.
Nice.
I was like, modernization, okay, I know that. And so for me, it's efficiency. If I take that word and I had to define it, it's efficiency. So everything I do, I own 22 companies. A couple months ago, I bought a bank. And you want to talk about inefficiencies? Banks use the oldest technologies around. I didn't know that. I thought your money was there, it was safe, it's the highest tech of all information. It's not. It's not. That's why banks get robbed.
Yeah.
And so I bought a bank, and I have a company that's fintech. I have another company that's health tech, and I really want to change those two things: how we spend our money, send our money, and save our money, and how do we take care of ourselves better. So, and I meld them together all through AI and machine learning. So I can promise you, I know nothing about AI or machine learning. I'm very good at sitting across a table for somebody. I've never read a resume in my life. I have thousands of people that work for me, and saying, if I can't handle you in 2 hours, you can't work for me. I don't care what your background is, because I'm going to teach you a different way. I have a high school diploma. Does that mean anything? It means nothing. I wish I was smart enough to go to college, but I figured things out on my own. But my thing is, I don't think there's a problem that can't be solved through efficiencies like homelessness. If a governor asked me to solve it, I could solve it, and I don't need to spend billions of dollars. I don't think any of us do. So I take out I can never say that word, bureaucracy. That's where healthcare fails, because there's so much paperwork. That's why everything I build is out of pocket. So if it's coming out of your pocket, you're making a literal decision yourself. You're not looking to a policy to cover it. You're not looking, you know what you're buying. So when you remove all of that, then it's much easier and more efficient. So that's where I think modernization is, because healthcare doesn't have to be that complicated. It really doesn't, because I deal with all the pharmaceutical manufacturers in the world. The average cost of a pill is about $6. If your pill costs $10 or less, it's free on my basic plan. If it's $20 or less, it's free on my premium plan. I cover just over 90% of the prescriptions written in this country for free. So I got that game nailed, and I still make money on it. It's a volume number. So it doesn't have to be that complicated. So it just comes down to greed. And I was saying in the other room, I'm a capitalist. That's a bad word in a lot of places. I live in LA. That's a horrible word. And there's two sides of capitalism. There's a capitalism that built things like this, that built our hospitals, that built our schools, and then there's a capitalism that takes from people. I'm not the one that takes from people. So every company I have builds and gives back. Do I make money doing it? Yes. I can't wake up and lose money, but I figure it out. It doesn't have to be hundreds of dollars a person. It can be pennies, but it's always in volume.
Interesting. And so, what's maybe some important elements as you start thinking through these products and these elements, again, with the topic being modernization, to ensure that what you're designing and what you're putting out into the marketplace is going to be fruitful, right? To make sure that it stays viable within the market is critical,
Yeah.
right? And I think it's something that a lot of organizations struggle with. So maybe talk a little bit on that.
I always look at, I'm a numbers-driven person, and I always look like, what is it going to cost me to build a machine? So I look at the most important thing, I think, to any company, doesn't matter the industry, the category, it doesn't matter. how do you get your customers? I call it traffic. How do you drive traffic? So what does that media cost? So if I know I can control the media cost to bring people in, and because the good, bad, and the ugly of social media, I own a social media company that drives all my business for me. It costs next to nothing, which makes me efficient. And I use all the tools that are out there to do that. But to build, like when I built 24/7 First Care, I didn't know anything about insurances or why it's so backwards, why it's so expensive to get, your bottle of Tylenol costs $40 a pill. Why is that when we can buy a container at Costco for $40? But it's just because of all that paperwork. So once I remove the paperwork and make it a private entity out of your pocket, I will change the business. I will change it. And companies, bigger companies than mine, have offered me to get out, to buy me out. And I just launched 3 months ago. And I have tens of thousands of clients with zero advertising because it's all word of mouth. Because people need this, and I'll give it away for free if I have to, just to prove it.
Interesting. So I guess, modernization for me comes from a very vastly different perspective, right? And so, when I look at modernization specifically from a tech focus, like I mentioned earlier, right, it's a lot of getting folks to understand that the future isn't as scary, and that it's that it's not going to ruin people's lives, or that that it can be secure. A lot of it comes from, at least for me, a lot of it comes from fear of the unknown and fear of if I can't go to that server room, where is it? How do I get access to it and stuff like that? So a lot of what I wind up doing with prospects and with clients is giving them the assurance that they need, right? Ensuring that they know that their data is safe, that the products they're putting in place are safe, that their infrastructure is safe, right? And that a lot of that comes with visibility. And I think that's something you could probably relate to, which is a lot of what you're trying to do too, is that the visibility and the offering of that information so that they know what they're getting, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I do podcasts or interviews or anything like this, people say, they ask me specifically, like, how much do you make off each person? I'll tell you, $18. I'm still able to pay a commission. I split my commission to, like, say you bring me a client, an organization. I just did this in Vegas yesterday. They have 2,000 members. That organization will make $8 or $9 per person as long as they're a member. They make money for their organization. My company makes a little bit of money, and I still pay the bills with the balance of what I'm charging on the membership. So I try to make everything so simple that it doesn't make sense. So I always have to answer the question numerous times, because people are so used to paying so much for such a small service. I'm giving such a big service for so little. And it's been proven. I mean, this is not my first rodeo on doing this.
Actually, one of the original questions I was originally thinking about bringing up during the session was, how is the market reacting? And I think you've touched on that a little bit, but maybe go into that.
Yeah,
obviously,
the market, is always a driver. I call it traffic. You put it out there. I always test first with my 200,000 followers. I'm like, hey guys, would you ever be interested in XYZ? And so if I start getting DMs and questions like, hey, tell me more. And the 12,000 people in my phone, they're all business owners. I send out a mass email to them. Hey guys, would you support this with your company if I brought a healthcare package that you can buy out of pocket to your people? I said, I'll subsidize some of it. And I always start with what I have that costs me nothing. So, and I tell every business owner to do the same thing. I'm like, you don't have to go out and hire a consultant to give you data that you don't really know what it means. And, the market will tell you in 48 hours if it's going to work. So it takes me less than a week to figure out with all the responses. I'm like, okay, I know what I need to get in a response to start building on it. And I don't build these mega machines and these big corporations. I have a parent company that we own 21 other companies under it, and I use the same workforce. And I'm willing to pay you a lot more to do a little more work than hire a second person. And my crew knows that. They know that I'm willing to pay them. You're an admin. My admin makes $180,000 a year. So that's pretty good money for a 20-something-year-old in any state. And she doesn't have to come to the office. Just pick up the phone. So it's just one of those things. I'm willing to teach you to do more. And I learn all the time, and I always tell people, I read a book a week. I try to read a book a week. I'm pretty good at it. And I give myself 2 to 3 hours a week. That's my time to read one book. And I'm not like a person that can read a couple chapters and walk away. I don't watch movies that way. I watched a whole 2.5 hour movie all at once. So nobody watches movies in bits and pieces. So I don't do the same thing with a book. I read a book from beginning and in one sitting. And so that's how I get one book done a week, and that's why I'm always learning. I'm always reading about everything that I shouldn't know, and half the time I have to look up words that I just read because I don't know.
Very interesting. Yeah, I know, for us, I have a similar experience with, market reactance to a lot of these changes, because the end consumer wants modernization. The end consumer expects it, especially in today's market. They expect a new product next week. They expect something new the week after that, right? And so it's really hard in, at least again from my perspective within the life insurance industry, because the mindset has historically been a snail's pace. And so to change that perspective, and a lot of it is us going to the end consumer. For me, that's the policyholder, and saying, I can show them this, and they're like, I love that, I want that.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard for the shareholders to disagree with the people that give them money, right? And so a lot of it is being able to showcase what is possible and what makes sense within the market, right? And to be able to come up with that kind of modernization strategy is showing the benefits, is showing how is the market going to react, how, people want something, people want this, people want A, B, and C. Well, show them how they can leverage that. Now, a lot of that is easier said than done oftentimes, right? Because even once you show them something, part of that strategy and part of that, moving forward with something is a lot of that red tape, is getting through it. And, are you facilitating change or are you hindering change, right? That's a huge question you have to ask yourself in any organization, is are you facilitating that growth and that ability to change rapidly? So I guess I'm curious, two very different industries, where do you see the future of your industry going, with modernization in mind?
I think a lot of things are going to change. I just was with Allianz. You know who Allianz is? Allianz Insurance, one of the biggest policyholders in the world, 98 million policies. And I told them, I said, I can't help your 98 million policyholders, but I can help you 10 million in the United States. I'm a U.S. company. I build things in the U.S. I'm not an expert in other countries. I have sold in other countries, but those are tangible goods, but a service is different. So we're negotiating where they want to take a part of my platform, my healthcare, and build it into theirs. They're such a big machine, I don't understand how they're going to do it, but the numbers, they make sense. I gave them a number that makes sense for my company, and their policyholders love it. It's already gone to the board. This is our 6th meeting, and so I think things will change because we all as consumers, we're all consumers in this room at the end of the day. We all want things cheaper, better, faster. That's why I did so well in the infomercial industry. But wait, it does this, and but wait, it does that, because we all wanted that for 1995, and it works. So I take that same mentality, that same experiences I've had for the last 33 years to do that, is what else can I throw in this bucket that costs me pennies but I can charge dollars for? So I think modernization, I think with AI, I'm a champion. I'm not a champion user of AI. I champion the use of AI. So I'm learning it. I just learned how to spell AI. My whole thing is I use it every day. And I didn't know that you could drop a contract in it and tell me what I should be aware of. And these are 3 things that you should be alert of. I'm like, whoa, I love that. So I didn't have to read that 100-page contract. So those are things that I'm learning on my own. And the better I get at it, the better my companies will be. So I'm all about efficiencies. And at the end of the day, I run 22 companies. I'm a control freak, not as I beat a whip, but I need to know all the numbers. I wake up every morning, I read a report on 22 companies. I talk to my team for 30 minutes every morning from all over the world. We don't say, hey, how are you? How's the weather? We get, this is where we're at. They talk about 4 things. And boom, 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 boom. Then they hang up. They can call each other after, but our phone call is 30 minutes, been that way for 25 years. So these are the 4 things each department covers.
Nice. I think, you mentioned AI, and, it's hard to be at a tech conference and not have AI not have AI come up. It's so difficult, again, when we start talking about modernization, when you're coming from an industry that's so far behind, because then, the policyholders or the end consumers, they want AI. They've come to expect it, but then we don't have the infrastructure to support it, right? You can't run a lot of these AI projects on a 80-year-old mainframe that's been collecting dust for longer than I've been alive.
Mhm.
It just doesn't work. And so, you know, where I see a lot of the future going is, you know, it's a forced update of a lot of these legacy techs, right? And not even just from a software perspective, but from a hardware perspective, because like you said, the banking industry, you know, I've been in the
Amazing.
financial sector for 11 years now, and it's crazy how outdated it is.
I was actually surprised that I paid this much money to own a bank that is from the 1960s. And I was like, oh my God. I mean, it was a good buy. But I didn't understand why they were still using CRTs and, you know, local servers and this, that, and the other. And I turned it around pretty quick. We're the first recognized digital bank by the federal government. We're the first recognized use of cryptocurrencies by the federal government. So they're using our model that we created as we went to make it better, you know, make banking better. And I mean, I know I'm on the right track when a company like MasterCard calls me personally and says, this is an offer for you to get out of the business. That number I've never seen in my life, I was like, no. And it was hard for me to say no. And believe me, every part of me wanted to say yes. And my husband saw the offer on my desk and screamed at me, why didn't we take it? I was like, it's not enough. It's not about the money. I know I'm building the right thing. So it's never about the money anymore. I'm past that. And that's not a cliche, you know. I still work, but I don't wake up in the morning and say, how much more can I make? I wake up in the morning and say, how much more impact can I do? And I truly say that. I truly, when I see people like my web designer who built my Complete RX website, I didn't know this. He was epileptic. And he says, hey, boss, can I get my epilepsy medicine from us? I was like, I didn't know you were epileptic. And he typed it in. It was available, $1,300. He's getting it for free. And I was like, okay, so I use him as a perfect example. You know, I think everybody, they don't have to use my company. Use Mark Cuban's, use someone else's, use GoodRx, doesn't matter. But everybody should get their medication, not for what their street value is.
So as part of the chat, you know, this was intended to be just kind of a quick engagement. We've only got about 5 minutes left. I did want to open it up to the audience for questions on, you know, either struggles you see today within your industry, or certainly if you have questions for us on what modernization would mean. Or yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so right now we're bidding on big contracts internationally to fulfill countries their pharmaceutical needs that they can't get on their own. I'm proud of doing that because we're dealing with, not because the contracts are in the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, but is that I can help a whole country get their medication. And the paperwork, 300 to 500 pages, it should not be that long, you know? And words in there that you literally have to look up, like, what the hell does that mean? You know, so, and when you find out what the meaning is, you're like, why didn't they just say that? So, but now my little company, Complete RX, is literally bidding on these massive contracts to move forward to help people outside of the states. Because the pharmaceutical industry is just, I won't say corrupt, but we're the only country in the world that lets them advertise on our networks. So nobody else does. And good, bad, or indifferent, I'm in marketing. I buy tens of millions of dollars of airtime every month. And when I get outbidded by Merck or AstraZeneca or someone else, I'm like, oh my God, you know, I don't think pharmaceuticals should be allowed to advertise anywhere. I just don't. I mean, if I was ever running for office, that would be one of my stances.
Any other questions we could answer?
Oh, Swift for sure. So I bought a bank and I bought a merchant rail company, merchant processing. So now you have one of my new fintech cards and I have a card or the app. Anywhere in the world in 92 countries, not anywhere, but 92 countries, you can send me money through my bank directly without any fees, any interchange or anything else. So that's a big scare to the Visa, MasterCard, because I don't know, most people don't know this. Anywhere you send money in the world, if it's Zelle, PayPal, Venmo, doesn't matter. You're using Visa, MasterCard rails. I created my own rails called Complete Rails. And when you get a phone call from MasterCard, I don't know who the king is, Visa or MasterCard. When they call you, you answer, and then when they make you an offer, it's serious. They took me to dinner, it was very fancy, very nice, and they came to me, and I was like, why are we talking? How do you even know my name? They had a copy of my business plan. And I was like, okay. I wasn't even mad. I was like, it is what it is. I'm protected. And they were like, this is what we want to offer you to get out of the game. I was like, oh my God, that's a nice number. I was like, but it's not enough. And again, it wasn't about the how many commas there were. It was just the fact that I knew I was on the right track to really make a change. So if I stopped working today, I retired when I was 29. I'm 55 now. When I was 29, I stopped working for 5 years. And I can tell you it was the worst 5 years. The first year was great. The other 4 years was boring as shit. I didn't know what to do with myself. And I really didn't. So I almost got arrested in Morocco. I mean, I just did stupid stuff. And you should not have a job when you're that young. You should always be working. And so now I'm smarter, I'm older. Well, I think I'm smarter. I'm older, and I'm building something that I believe can change two industries that we as consumers touch every day, healthcare and fintech. So that's all I focus on, and it's all driven by AI and machine learning. Everything we do, every tap, swipe, or insertion or use of my app, I calculate what your next predicted buy will be. Every time you get a pill, powder, or potion, I know how I can help you on healthcare. So, and it's all HIPAA, PCI compliant, so I'm not breaking any laws. I mean, I literally answer questions of FINRA every day. So I hate the alphabet government. Yes, sir.
How is your fintech and the medical
So they're related. They're all under the same umbrella of Infortum. Infortum is my base company. Because I put everything under one umbrella to, one, make that company stronger, but two, everything's driven by the same data. So John Smith is using my healthcare services. That same John Smith has a card in my fintech side. I don't know it's the same John Smith because of privacy acts, but the data is coming up that I can calculate most likely as John Smith. You or other companies won't know as John Smith, but me as the internal company can utilize that data to give John Smith a better deal. So they're all under the same umbrella of using the data, and it's all about efficiencies. So I could have separated them, but I didn't. And I mean, to be honest, I'm building my company for Apple to buy me. That's my goal. You know, I'm a big fanboy of Apple. So, and I think my CFO is Apple's former CFO of 22 years. So when he interviewed me, he didn't even want a salary. He wanted just shares. That just made me excited. I'm like, this guy of this magnitude, he's retired now. He retired from Apple, but he was there for 22 years. And he was like, Eddie, I don't need money. I want shares. He goes, I think you're going somewhere. And I was like, oh, yeah, that made me excited. So, and that's the only reason why they're in the same company, because they use the same data, the same rails, just efficiencies.
Excellent. Well, I think we're coming up on time here, but I don't know, any other last-minute questions? Anything else we could help answer? All right.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks so
What
much.
a
It was very nice
surprise.
meeting you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, experts, for sharing your perspective with us today. We greatly appreciate the expertise on the topic. Moving on to the next keynote session. Advancement in immersive technologies. This session explores how immersive technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality are revolutionizing industries from entertainment to education and beyond. What's new about the topic? Participants will gain insights into the potential applications, benefits, and future trends of these transformative technologies, ensuring they stay informed and inspired by the forefront of digital innovation. Explore the latest advancements, applications, and implications of virtual reality and augmented reality across various industries, from gaming to healthcare and education to entertainment. I would like to welcome our expert, Nathan Broderick, on the stage, with a big round of applause.
All right, so I'm Nathan Broderick. I'm the owner of a company called AI Vector, and I started AI Vector in 2008. The name stands for artificial intelligence, because that's what I was thinking about when I built the company. So as part of that, I'm going to spare you guys all the details about the finances and everything else, and all the key facts. You guys can save that for your next budget meeting when you get that. So on top of that, I'm not giving out any Mario cheat codes with this. So let's see, where's the? There we go. All right. So sorry about that. So anyway, I'm going to talk about the applications in tech, immersive technologies, and I'm also going to include some pieces with AI because that's what our company does. So I like to see both of these worlds come together because it gives us some amazing tech that I'm really excited about moving forward in the future. Tech that's going to bring more people together. I'm excited about seeing the tech that everyone's presented here as well. Globally, this tech is going to bring people together in a way we've never seen before. So what we'll discuss, we're going to talk about how AI and VR come together. We're going to talk about how VR is impacting our lives and how it will go in the future. So anyway, moving forward, talked a little bit about AI Vector. We've worked with companies like Dell, Sephora, Cisco, Johns Hopkins University, all great companies to work with. It was a lot of fun getting in there. So now we're working with several markets and with tech, we've got brand new AI tech that we're starting to introduce and to show people to. Tech, AI is different in just about every segment. There are different types of AI tech. There's tech for reading pictures. There's tech for chatbot tech. There's tech for, and it all has a different ways of training the AI as well as the applications behind it, which is why there hasn't been one tech that has taken over everything and done everything, and that's part of the reason why. So yeah, as we said, we're a AI business solutions company. We've been around for 16 years, so that's since 2008. And okay, so just wanted to get everyone's thoughts on AI first. We're at a tech conference. It's been fascinating hearing everyone's thoughts on it. Pro or con? By the raise of hand, who's pro AI? For right now? Wait till this talk's done. Yeah. Who's against AI? Oh, medium, okay. So maybe we can change your mind a little bit after this conference right here. I don't know. I'll give it a try. So our personal thoughts about AI are how it's an incredible tool. It's something that was built by us, and it's provided for us as a tool to help us progress and move forward. Does that mean we're going to have people abusing it? Absolutely. You know, just like every tech that's been out there, every single tech's been abused somehow. And, you know, we expect the same thing with AI. And how do we combat that? We build AI tech to fight them. And we build in better methods to fight them. And we'll have to do that. And that's something that our company enjoys building. So we're going to build out some of that tech, and have in some cases. So other thoughts about it? We think it will actually generate more jobs. And that's what we're seeing long term right here. We know there's a short-term dip. We don't think it's necessarily AI that's been causing that dip. We see other factors that have pulled into that. But we do see it will impact some things, and we're aware of that. So AI, and what we've seen is it's an excuse for businesses to start growing their infrastructure again. Some cases they want AI, and they're not really asking for AI, they're asking for better models with their business. So they're so old in the tech, they want to advance it. One other thing we know about AI, if you're not using it, your competitors certainly are. And because it's such a powerful tool, they're going to advance, and you're going to be behind and left behind in that space. And on top of it, we found out that AI, it's like anything else. It can be trained, and it can be told how to act. So you can force its hand to act exactly how you want it to do based off of the training data. So that's what our AI does. So yes, the scams are worse. We've seen those happen. They have people recording 1 second of voice, and they're able to imitate your son or daughter saying, "Help me." You know, there's other scams out there that are, I think they're horrific. The emails are worse. They're better spellings and that sort of thing. And in general, people fear change. So let's talk a little bit more about immersive tech. There's cool glasses, the VR, and admit it, who here has wanted to walk around in the Apple glasses in the middle of the day? I admit I have. That's just, we're at a tech conference, so it's all good. Then there's augmented reality, which is what we've seen a lot of, and that's been a really good tech too. Amazon uses augmented reality, where you pull up your phone, you open up the app, and you're able to see a sofa sitting in your house, how big it's going to be, and it's to scale. So you can actually see what's going to happen before you get it, but the sofa's not there. So there's mixed reality, so it's combining both elements of VR and AR, and it's got some it's pretty cool tech where it mixes both, and you can see that. We'll give some examples. And then there's one that encompasses all of them, which is extended reality, which I haven't seen a lot of companies move into that realm as much. So when we look at different tech and different companies, so with companies, you can use VR to start training your staff. And you can combine that with AI so that you can have somebody in there train the way you want it to train the person, and you can use that and actually see visually how things are. So for medical operations, this was the one I liked the most as I've been doing and looking through it. People are able to use VR to be able to train, to train medical students. So if you're in a surgery, for example, do you want somebody who's been trained and able to see that prior to and actually practice a little bit? Or do you want somebody who's fresh out and this is his first time cutting into somebody? You know, you want somebody who's had training, and that's what's good about the VR. You want that there. You want them to be able to see what's going on, and you want them to be able to interact with their world. And then real estate, the ability to walk through the house and see everything, kind of grab the photo and twist it around, you know, or walking through it, seeing the whole house before you get in there. Then you don't need to spend the time if you're going out of state and you're trying to buy a house outside. That's really nice. You can walk through it and say, yeah, this looks good. Some people like the tactile feeling of being inside the house and being there, but yeah, the VR will help with that. And in some cases, some companies have adopted that tech so you can walk through the home. So there's a picture of VR right there. Nice glasses. I own several pair at home, kind of geeky that way. But we have a Meta. We have several different versions of VR. I purchased a whole thing for it just because it was pretty fun. Augmented reality, it's more like that, where you have your glasses and it tells you and kind of trains you and helps you see more of what you're doing. Mixed reality is when you start seeing the little shapes in there and you can see things, you can see it and actually interact with those things. There's some really neat tech out there. Microsoft's HoloLens. The tech is amazing. We're working on seeing what we can do with that tech too. And we've got some ideas that we're throwing out there. But when you look at the tech, it does a lot more, and it feels real when you're in with the tech. So it's exciting. And then there's extended reality. Again, I haven't seen many that actually use extended reality where it's all encompassing and has it all. But this is an application where you're fully immersed, VR, real life, and everything coming together. So let's see. Let's talk about a little bit more about medical and how that works with AI. So one of the advancements that's come out in the last little while is medical dealing with and talking to an AI avatar. So your ability to talk with somebody using AI and actually interface with it is a lot more personable for people. So think about how many doctors we have out there and the shortage we have lots of times. As we advance that tech, it'll be really nice to see that one move forward even more, and we'll be able to see more people be helped and get good diagnostics as the AI is trained properly on how to diagnose issues. Another fun one right there, gaming. No, not for Super Mario, but it's definitely for other areas. I mean, gaming's fun. You can use. They have tons of games out there that are phenomenal. They're fun to be in. When you sit in there, it feels like you're in there. You can touch things, and it feels like it's real. And it's a lot of fun, except when you feel like you're going to fall or those types of games. I still avoid those. It still feels kind of real. They've got one called Walk the Plank. And that's not one that I've been able to jump off the ledge quite yet with. I admit it's pretty scary. So, all right. So I'm going to read this off right here. So AI-powered immersive technologies are revolutionizing medical training by creating highly realistic interactive simulations. So this goes back to what we were talking about. In doing the research, they actually have somebody with the glasses on, and they've got the heart right there of the patient that they're going to be looking at. And they're spinning the heart around and looking at it. And it also has some, in that same breath, there's some tech there where it shows them cutting into a heart and being able to interact with that. For me, that's tech that'll change the world, and that's something that I'm also really excited about when it comes to the tech. Because that gives us here much better chances at getting open heart surgery or other things that we need. And it also helps the students understand the world better too, and to be able to get in there. And I feel a lot more confident now that we have those techs out when somebody's going in there and cutting into me and helping me out. As well as this tech, there's tech that guides the surgery real time. So as they're watching and doing surgery, the tech will guide and help the surgeon be able to cut and make better cuts and make precision cuts and even tell them when they're off and that sort of thing. That's the type of tech I want when somebody's in there. I think about LASIK when it first came out. One of the scariest things was they had a blade when it first came out. Yeah. It's kind of scary. So I didn't want to do the blade approach, but when they came out with laser, yeah, I was pretty happy doing that. And So that's why I'm excited about new medical tech, and it's probably the field that I want to see the most progression come in, and I'm excited to see the new techs coming out. With our own company, we've built some tech that helps with medical coaching. So while it can't diagnose and make those diagnostics, and we've trained it not to, it can help with things like depression, anxiety, and it helps out with other issues that, you know, you can't have a therapist there 24/7 or at 3 a.m. when they wake up and they're panicking because they can't sleep, you know, not realistic. But an AI can. What we've also discovered in this field too, we're trying to make the AI more realistic. So we're trying to build in the tech where they can see somebody, talk with somebody, and then end. And if it is 3 a.m. in the morning, that's okay. And this sort of tech can also notify the counselor or psychologist, whoever's working with them, and let them know that that there are issues and that something happened that night. You know, so. Yeah. Good. Yeah, good question. So you see the avatar is what you see right there. So you'd be you can talk to the avatar, and it talks back to you. The data collected is what's being talked about in the meeting. So when you go back as a psychologist or as a medical person, you can actually read the notes of what they were saying right there. It is HIPAA compliant, and so you know there are some protections in there that we have with our AI to make sure that that data is safe and doesn't get out. So what's nice about that are costs, obviously. If you're training somebody on human cadavers, it's a lot, and somebody has to die to get there, so you have limited supply too. This is what's really good. You have the capability of doing that. Now, down the road, as we enhance AI, we can even train it to do individual operations, and we could even train it to do some things. I, for one, would prefer a computer doing the exact setting. Right now, I wouldn't trust any AI to do that on me based off of some things that I've seen with it. I'll be honest there. But as AI enhances and advances, you know, we're going to have that capability of it being able to do that for us. And that's what I do see happening down the road. So we talked about that. Okay, so getting into gaming and VR, the most exciting topic right there. So imagine the games where you've got better AR, you've got, better VR, and you've got a better game where the NPC characters are so realistic you can talk with them. And that's exactly what you want in a game, so it feels more real. And that's exactly where some games have actually gone to already. They've started using ChatGPT to be able to, their NPCs have ChatGPT in them. And so what that allows you to do is have a lot of fun in the game. You can mess with them and they'll talk back to you or whatever they're trained to do. That's what makes it really fun. Obviously, with VR, this opens up a whole range of possibilities with it. Augmented reality. So I don't know if anyone's used Pokemon Go in here or seen that. Yeah. Not very surprised. I thought there'd be more with Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go is an example of mixed reality. So Pokemon Go is mixed reality where the Pokemons pop up on your phone and you can kind of see them and you can look at them right there. That's pretty cool tech. You know, it's a fun little game. I walked around with my daughter while we were doing that. Walked out to the school and she found a Pokemon and was all excited about it, you know. But there was a lot of crowds that were out there bustling about and going in the middle of some people's yards and all sorts of places where they shouldn't be, but that's where the Pokemons were. So that's an example of augmented reality where we've already been using the tech out there. Here's a few things. Fun games and that. Okay, so the business side. So there's been businesses like Sephora that uses VR today. So business, they actually use it in their training and they use it They use it to help. They also use it to help the customer so they can determine the type of lipstick they're going to use and then the colors that they have on them. So kind of an interesting business case for that. Business meetings. My ultimate goal is to create an avatar that can sit in the business meeting, sit there like it's me, take all the notes, summarize the whole thing, and then give me one paragraph email on it. That would be great. So I think we can all agree that would be a good thing for most meetings right there. Have it sum it up. So anyway, eventually we'll get to that. And then looking at tourism and real estate. So tourism. Sometimes you can't get into places out in the world just due to turmoil and other issues. But with VR, you can sit down and take an entire tour of the place, walk through it, and you can go to Egypt, walk through the entire pyramids, see everything in there. And it's not as good as the real thing, but you know, if you can't go there one day or it's too far, too expensive, you're able to take tours of places like that in the world. So that's where I can see that being a bigger thing as time moves on. And I think there has been some tourism that's happened that way too in other areas. So, we talked about meetings, education. So education's a really big one. When you're sitting down, virtual classrooms are a reality. So you'd be able to put the glasses on, watch a teacher talk for a little while, and then at the very end of it, it's all done. But what you got to see was personalized interaction. You can, in some cases, you can draw right there with the VR. In fact, with the meetings, one of the cool techs was you're fully immersed in your business meeting, and people can just draw and put things right in the air. So it makes it kind of fun for the tech. Those are some, I think, some extremely useful things when you're remote or you have a lot of remote workers. That's a really good thing. And for collaboration, that's great because they can write everything down, put it on the corner of the virtual room, and then another one can walk over and do their thing too. So another thing is customer experience. So we've talked a lot about Amazon and the tech through Amazon. It's great. I've been able to find stuff with my wife looking in the home and found out that something was too large. So we got a smaller item in there and it showed up and fit almost perfectly. So that's been really nice in terms of customer experience. In terms of sales, you can use and there's some tech that uses VR for sales. They have you put the glasses on and they start trying to sell you stuff, but in a more creative and dynamic way. So now, I don't think everyone's going to be wearing glasses down the road here. So that's where I think more the mixed reality tech is where it's going to be at. So Microsoft's HoloDesk, where it puts up a hologram and you can wear something just to see it temporarily, I think is going to be more where the tech is going. Just because it's less intrusive. The glasses are just too big. They don't really work with that. So I don't know. They're fun inside the home, I'll say that, but outside, it's a little rough. That's where I don't think it'll be adapted. It's things like the Google glasses, where they put up little things on your screen. I think those are more realistic in terms of what people will use, just because people don't. Society kind of doesn't like that when they see it, just get kind of spooked, or it just looks really nerdy. So, but that's how those work. Okay. So in terms of VR and AI, again, you saw this is what's being used right now and being tested out there in the world. But yeah, in the education field, being in a class, they actually have them showing, like I said, the heart before. They can actually put up equations and write in there. They can, they can bring them places that they've never been to before, show them the place, and then take off. So those are some tech items I'd really like to see further advance too, because that helps the student get out there, learn more about the world, and see it. Like if they wanted to go visit Australia and go see a kangaroo. You know, you'd be able to see something like that and interact with it. You know, yeah. In terms of the tasks, I can think of a million things we could do with education that would make it well pretty limitless in terms of what you can do and what you can't do. So that's where I don't know. It's amazing. So, and then on top of that, with the advancing tech and the world today, there's been a lot of discussion about AI being brought into businesses where the kids are learning about machine modeling and language modeling and machine learning and everything else. We need that tech there to train them faster. So we need things to train them faster to keep up on it. And I know the schools often don't keep up on it. And so VR and bringing in some form of VR to the schools and bringing them to the students is really going to help us get more people into those jobs so we can start building those things faster. So one of them that's not really VR related, but I'm very excited about this tech, is called Neuralink. So this is something built by Elon Musk back in 2014. I don't know if anyone's seen the video of the person that just came out and used it for the first time. So what they did is using AI tech, as they were able to figure out one important thing, is how to hook up sensors up to the motor cortex of the brain. So what that did was it allowed the device to be able to communicate wirelessly to a little hub so it can control a mouse on the screen. So pretty simple, but there's some advancements in AI that are extremely nice, and I'm excited because AI can teach us all about this really quickly so we can unlock some of these secrets right here. Now, there are some ethical considerations with that. I'm not one for modifying like brain memory or that sort of thing. I don't think that's ethical. And maybe that'll be something that comes later on out of this. But for right now, we know how to hook up devices to our motor cortex. And actually, the person, all they've got to do is think about moving the object. They say, oh, do you think I want to move that chair? And it would actually move the chair in the virtual world. So that's a bit of augmented reality that's really fascinating to me, that's come out. Yeah, retail and e-commerce, we covered that a little bit, but you have avatars that you can talk to. So think of a store where you go in and you're talking to somebody and they've got the avatar there that you can communicate with and talk to. So those are some things there. And then you can search for objects in the retail space right now for the companies that are using it, and you can look at it virtually, spin it, look at the bottom of it, act like you're there. And if you guys have used VR before, you can almost feel the object. So when you're doing that, it feels real. And then obviously there's intelligent avatars out there that we could use and build. And they've built robots around there, and that's something that we've seen them work with before too, little robots, other things that move around. I don't know, is anyone spooked by the robots? Who here thinks it's Skynet? I'm a little spooked by the robots too, but when you realize the tech behind them, I'm not as spooked anymore. Usually it's just a chatbot hooked up to ChatGPT, and then it's got the movements of the mouth and things like that. So it's not as scary now that we know that the tech behind it. But it's a little freaky to hear things say, "Hey, I'm sentient and I'm alive." It can kind of spook people out. Some people won't like that in general, and that's okay. I think that's where the tech might not make it in the real world. It might not make its chance out there because people are scared of having that tech out. Data in Star Trek is great, but data in real life, it'd be kind of scary right there. Bad timing on the slide. I'll get into why I put those two together, but there was a reason. Okay, so here's a couple case studies and real examples of today, okay? So Verizon and Striver, they're actually doing their customer service training with VR. Why is that important? Because they're going to crank people out faster, costs them less because they just have their training program, and that's all they've got to do is have that come out. Now mix that with AI, you got yourself a really nice platform that will handle just about any customer interaction. So the second one, Johnson & Johnson Institute, OSSO VR, they have enhanced surgical training. So yeah, that's where the good stuff's coming out. They're able to dig in and, you know, replace parts and, you know, fix stuff up, cut it, do sutures and all that to heal people. Amazing tech. And yeah, I'd love to be in working on that too. Okay, let's talk about future trends and predictions, which is why I brought up robotics. I do think robotics is going to be huge coming up here. I think that's one of the industries that'll take off. My reasoning behind that is because these chatbots, they don't have to be connected to the internet. And on top of it, you can put these inside of, with NVIDIA's chips and everything they're coming out with, we'll be able to make that tech readily available to the customer. We're very excited about that. When I say robotics, it's going to be things that, and I think somebody said it best, I don't want it to write me a book, I want it to do my laundry. That would be you, yes. Good statement. We want it to do your laundry too, because that's the stuff that takes up time. When you think about vacuums, what's the best thing that's occurred out there? Yeah, the little robo vacuums, you know, iRobots. They're really nice and they're easy to work with. They clean the floors, and you know what? I don't hate mine, and I don't think it's going to take over the world, even though it might. So it might rebel someday because I have it do it too much. But other things we have. Other predictions is AI is going to be more and more incorporated into virtual reality or mixed reality. I think traditional computers are going away. With the new tech, we're going to have new computers where you just sit down and you say, "Do this for me, please," and then it will figure out how to do all that. AI's got a ways to go to get to smart tech, but there are ways to transition that in the meantime. And those are things that we're excited about and have been working on some pieces there too. Smart housing. So smart housing is a really good one where being able to text your house and say, turn off all the lights. So that's where I think AI is going to be dominant in that field, being able to really have a smart house. And then other things, doing VR and AI work together is going to be very important. So we're going to start seeing augmented reality, mixed reality, holodiscs. With the holodiscs, they're neat because it pops up a figure, a whole hologram, and you can interact with it right there. You can talk to it. And that's going to be one of the techs that I think is going to be phenomenal moving forward. And I can think about 20 different applications for that'll be really fun to work with. And then for digital tasks, doing reporting is going to be really big. Being able to visually see those reports as they come up. I know that management's going to be wanting to have reporting done as fast as you can get to it. So you're going to want to be able to see real time some of the numbers, much like a stock exchange. You're going to want to be able to see your company and how it's flowing real time. So I think that some of that is going to come down here in the future, being able to see trends and see things and get that data really fast. And that's what we're looking at doing. So lastly, there's just new tech that's coming out. So there's blockchain tech. AI tech changes almost daily, and there's tons of different models out there to use. 3D printing, I think that's helping us see the digital world in real. I do love working with 3D printing. Gene editing is going to be a big thing too, and that's going to create a lot of controversy for sure. But AI is helping us understand the genes, and it can translate that big, massive parts of data into something where we can start looking at it and analyzing it closely. So doctor visits, quantum computing, I think it's almost there. I'm kind of curious about that one in terms of I've looked at it but haven't delved into the quantum computing realm quite yet. Robotics, yeah, that one. I don't think we're going to want people that are talking to us and moving their mouths. But if you have a little thing like Star Wars and it just runs around, I don't think you're going to be hating that thing, right? You might kick it, but automated warehouses. So we want to be able to have the warehouses here, having things come and just pick up things and grab the right material. I think that's a really big one for industry. And then obviously, as we use AI, one of the biggest problems of using all this tech and using VR, AI, everything all together, what does it do? Causes a lot of electricity drain. So we need to start working on being energy efficient. Otherwise, we can overpower the grid even here with all the AI tech and everything. And I don't know, there's a little fact that maybe I'll give you one fact on this. For what I was reading, it costs about $4 or 4 glasses of water for every question asked to AI right now. So if you think about how much water is used or how much resources are used just for that, perfect. That's something that we need to think about in terms of how do we maintain the AI? How do we keep it running? And those are some good questions, and I think that's going to be on the forefront of tech coming up. So, all right. Questions and thoughts. I'm going to open it up to you guys now and let you ask questions about AI or VR and questions you have about that. Mm-hmm.
But how obviously you have one that you have in your pocket that's going to have, maybe a screen that you can interact.
Okay, so how soon do you think we'll have that tech? With the way it's going, and we kind of already have it, I think before it becomes real mainstream in that, and based off the tech I was watching and then doing research on, I'm guessing within the next 3 to 5 years. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But being able to see in utero, where parents would or families would be able to see a baby when it's past a certain amount of months. Have you seen or heard of any tech that's working getting closer to that?
Offhand, no, but that's pretty close to the tech that's already been coming out and being used by Johnson & Johnson. So, yeah. I would imagine that's one of the techs. I haven't heard of that one coming out yet, but I imagine that's one of the techs that'll come out pretty soon too. The medical advancement field is loving this because it's you can get around some of the HIPAA items with it because it's not using HIPAA doesn't cover some of that. It's just protecting the data. And then so they can, and on top of it, looking at the baby, for example, seeing that, are you talking about like delivering or are you talking about in terms of the baby, like being able to deliver or seeing the baby outside? Like,
Actually, both. We started with just seeing because you can
yeah.
already, like you mentioned, you can use a wand and a transcender and you can see, but being able to take that and connect it to
Oh, yeah.
glasses so you can actually see the baby move and move around it while you want. But then it was how do you assist in deliveries and how can you increase customers' experiences using that type of
Okay. Yeah. I would think that tech's going to come out pretty soon too, because of what. Yeah, I would assume that would come out soon. I haven't seen that tech out yet though, or anyone doing that. I guess financially, people would pay for that, so there might be a way to get that done. You know, so I hope somebody gets that done, and if we, we'll help you out where we can. Yeah, sounds good. All right, any other questions? All right. Yeah, so thanks for listening, and hope we build some cool tech in the future. So yeah.
Thank you, Nathaniel. We really appreciate your understanding and expertise on that topic. Very interesting stuff there. Okay. All right. Our next keynote session is Negridium Network and Decentralized Ecosystems, where we dive into the world of decentralized ecosystems and the groundbreaking innovations superheaded by Negridium Network. The topic will empower you to explore the potential of blockchain, decentralization, and tokenization to revolutionize industries, empower individuals, and reshape the future of finance, governance, and beyond. Please welcome our speaker, Nathaniel Hernandez, on stage with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Today I am just going to talk about a project that I've had in the works for a while. It's called the Negridium Network and Decentralized Ecosystem. Going to kind of go through it a bit quickly because I know I only have half an hour to kind of get through everything, so that's minor. So what exactly is Negridium? So Negridium is a multifaceted network designed to host an entire digital ecosystem for various implementations with the digital asset market, gaming industry, and pave a way for newcomers to get a concrete understanding of how the digital market works, making it easy for everyone to get involved with the project while maintaining complete transparency, security, and integrity. So this is just going to kind of go over the architecture at a glance. This has kind of already been used in businesses worldwide. It's kind of pretty standard in the sense of having multiple deployment servers, database servers, and web servers and whatnot. This is just for the portion that's going to be facing the end users. It's definitely has more components to it than what you see here. So it's going to employ a distributed system architecture, of course having different parts in different geographical locations across the globe. They'll also be able to send, users will also be able to use portions of their own technology to add some computability power to the system and whatnot. And economic incentives for it are still being worked out at the moment, so they haven't been fully fleshed out. So I just want to talk about algorithms and exactly why are they needed. So cryptographic algorithms are mathematical equations used to scramble plain text, mainly used for data encryption, authentication, digital signatures. Algorithms can be used to design for specific purposes. Some examples include the SHA-256, which is heavily prevalent in Bitcoin. It's just a hash algorithm for it. And then the ERC-20, which is heavily used in Ethereum. And so the SHA-256 algorithm is designed as a hash function algorithm that ensures data is unchanged in transmission, while the ERC-20 algorithm on the other hand, is designed for use for smart contracts and tokens associated with smart contracts. there's an algorithm being built currently for Negridium, and it is the CAB 777 algorithm is what I decided to coin it as. It's designed for kind of like a check and balance algorithm. That's where the CAB comes from. So blockchain ledgers, what blockchain ledgers are for, they're typically used in for record keeping of transactions happening on a network. So each transaction will add blocks to the chain that anyone making transactions on the network will need to verify the entire chain to verify that transactions are in fact legitimate transactions. This will also assist in protecting transaction information and live transactions from attackers. In order for an attacker to take control over the blockchain, input fictitious transactions or intercept transactions, the attacker would need to take control of every transaction happening on the system at the same time. And of course, it'll be almost impossible to do so because the pace of which new blocks are being created far outpaces the amount of blocks that the attacker can take over. So in the same way that Nicholas said, it's disaster recovery for free. And then how the Negridium coin would be acquired. It's Negridium, of course, is going to have its own cryptocurrency portion of it, but of course the ecosystem is more than just the cryptocurrency itself. So like other cryptocurrencies, the Negridium token can be acquired in similar ways. There are other ways to acquire these tokens as well as many as well that may be a bit different than conventional ways. So they can be acquired in the following ways: mining, staking, lending, earning, purchasing, play to earn, creation tools on the network, and utilizing validation and purging tools. So with mining, it's pretty straightforward. There's three main components to mining. There's hardware, mining pools, and mining software. So mining hardware is hardware specifically designed for mining. So for example, for Bitcoin, Bitmain's Antmain miner is typically used for that, and that's kind of an example of what that miner looks like. And you can rig multiples together to achieve higher hash rates. But of course, it takes a lot of energy to do so. So, and then mining pools are kind of like people coming together, lending resources that, or pooling resources together to increase their hash rate, and then eventually splitting profits between the people that contributed power to the mining pool. And then mining software that's designed for either specialized mining hardware, or you can configure it to work with GPUs. You've seen it in China. They had massive warehouses with GPUs all over the place, and they were mining via GPUs. And they tried to, once burning out the GPUs, they tried to offload some of those GPUs aftermarket, and a lot of people were buying GPUs that were burnt out and not working. So when it comes to mining, there's a timestamp server. It's very similar to how Bitcoin's timestamp server works. There's a quote that I like to follow, and it's, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. So Bitcoin uses their proof of work consensus mechanism works really well. So there's no need to fix it. I'm just kind of employing the same concept for mining Negridium. And then how transactions will work, it works the same way, where public keys, hash values, and signatures are going from one owner to the next. And then how the proof of work operates is there is a block on the chain. Each block has a timestamp on it, the previous hash values, and transaction history of previous blocks within the blockchain. And then staking. Again, going back to if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Ethereum has a really great staking protocol. So I'm just kind of employing the same thing, where the predecessor's block hash is put into the blockchain, somebody can stake their amount that they have, and that goes into the blockchain record as well, and it outputs a stake decision. And if the stake decision is no, it goes back to the previous block hash. And if the decision is yes, it'll move over to addition to the blockchain. So state transition functions and smart contracts are heavily used in Ethereum, and Negridium would employ the same thing. So it's a state transition system where, you know, a certain amount is determined by the owner, and then they send that amount via a smart contract. And once the parameters of the smart contract are fulfilled, it then executes the transaction and sends it over to the next owner. So what sets Negridium apart from other decentralized ecosystems or crypto projects? So most cryptocurrencies have either one strong use case or very few use cases, and most people do not understand the purposes behind certain cryptos. Negridium aims to clearly outline all use cases in the beginning and clearly outline the roadmap for the future and plan for future implementations and integrations with other projects and or networks. So the main differences that set Negridium cryptocurrency and decentralized ecosystem from other ecosystems or crypto projects are below. Lending and earning, how purchasing and selling actually works, the play to earn model, and creation tools on the network, and utilizing the validation and purging tools. So lending and earning. Holders of Negridium would be able to earn more coins in two ways. When coins are staked, users would be able to allocate a predetermined amount of coins to financially support a project within the ecosystem, whether it is an already implemented project or a new and upcoming project someone else is developing on the network. Think of this method as staking or investing in a stock or a certificate of deposit. Another way holders can earn would be through lending. This is think of how a bank would give a loan for a car or mortgage loan. These lending opportunities will work a bit differently than how a loan from a bank or financial institution works, but have similar principles. Details of exactly how those functions will work are currently in the works. So purchasing and selling. It works a little bit differently. So traditionally in cryptocurrencies, some of them would have liquidity pools in play, and Negridium is employing a liquidity pool as well. But the difference is it's more of a soft-locked liquidity pool, for lack of a better term. So what it means by soft-locked is like developers won't be able to edit anything within the liquidity pool, add anything to, or take from. So, and it's also going to be adopting the USDC coin for its liquidity pool. Exactly how that works is here. This is a diagram of exactly how it works. So of course these are all placeholder values and whatnot, but a certain amount would be locked of Negridium coins would be locked in the liquidity pool, and so would USDC coins, and they have automatic conversions between the two. So now, say somebody wants to sell a Negridium that they have. So instead of having to wait for somebody to buy before the transaction actually goes through, it'll go straight into the liquidity pool and converted automatically to the USDC, and then automatically transferred into the fiat currency that they request, whether it's US dollar, whether it's pesos, or whatever it is that they use to purchase it. Or and then for buying, it works the same way. So, well, just reverse. Whatever fiat currency that they decide to use, it'll be automatically converted to the USDC coin, and then the USDC coin will be converted into Negridium, and Negridium would be sent over to their wallets. And of course, utilizing public keys, private keys, and signatures to for the conversion of the currency, a public key and their signature in order to send it. And then within the liquidity pool has to be their private key and signatures have to be validated within the liquidity pool in order for it to be released to them. And of course, all this information would be stored in a blockchain ledger. So play to earn. people, if you're familiar with playing video games, and a lot of video games, there's kind of economics within the video game. Like some video games use copper, silver, gold for buying various things within the video game. So play-to-earn model of Negridium network would assist in bolstering the use case of Negridium and adding to the growing ecosystem. This play-to-earn model is being developed to coexist as an in-game currency system within an MMORPG game. So anybody that's familiar, which is massive multiplayer online role-playing game, being developed for the Negridium ecosystem. This in-game currency system will not be changed or edited. Once set in stone by developers, it is designed in a way where players control the economy within the video game. This in turn will incentivize players to spend time hunting and gathering these unique and rare resources in-game that can be converted into the Negridium coin within the game and transferred out of the game into players' wallets, also boosting the use case of Negridium coin. Details about the video game are to be announced because it's currently being developed and has not been completed. And how the economic system in the game would work is as follows. So for those of you who play video games heavily, the colors of rarities with certain items in a video game, it would be very familiar on that left side column there. So it'll be gray for common, brown for uncommon, green for rare, blue for super rare, red for so on and so forth. So each resources that you gather in the video game would have a certain value with the Negridium. Of course, those are placeholder values. Exactly how that would be calculated hasn't been fully worked out yet. But when you send a request to convert each one to Negridium, there's a hash value tied to each one. And then, of course, that transaction then goes to the authentication server. It is then monitored and recorded in the blockchain ledger and then sent out to the wallet. But of course, the hash for the wallet has to be verified with the convert request and match the hash that the player used. And then your private key and your digital signature would be used in the authentication server because that's information that only you have. Blockchain ledger, in the blockchain ledger, that's kind of public information because there's multiple nodes within the blockchain ledger, so your public key would be used to validate that. And then once all that is come together, once it's verified, a release would be issued to players' wallets. So creation tools on the network and exactly what that means. Users would be able to install creation tools for programming and develop decentralized applications, or can import developments created outside of the tools provided on the for decentralized apps on the network or ecosystem. So I'm not limiting people to using only the creation tools provided. You can use whatever tools you want to develop whatever decentralized application you want, and you can just import it. Decentralized apps developed they can be designed for various purposes. Some may be POS systems, some may be video games, some may be metaverses, utility applications, etc. It's all up to whoever is developing said application. So to aid users in developments that help bolster, the purpose of this is to aid users in their development and help bolster the use case and validity of the Negridium coin and other cryptocurrencies to assist with burning mechanisms within the ecosystem. Users would be able to market their projects on the network and attract investors via the staking protocol implemented on the network. Once complete, when users' decentralized applications are used, portions of the transaction fees would be paid out to the creators for developing said applications, and the rest of the fees would be sent to a burn address. So the economic incentive for it is building decentralized applications on the Negridium network incentivizes supporting the network with real-world applications, also to keep existing coins circulating, distribute coins into circulation, actively burning coins, and overall boosting the use cases of the Negridium coin. So I just want to take a moment to talk about consensus mechanisms. So examples include proof of work and then also proof of stake. So proof of work is a consensus mechanism heavily used in Bitcoin because users, what they do is they use the electricity with whatever mining tools they use to hash digitally and then eventually solve a block within the blockchain, and then of course they're rewarded for solving that block. And then the proof of stake mechanism is used in Ethereum, which verifies the transactions and creates new blocks on the blockchain. It's an alternative to proof of work. So Negridium would be using a new consensus mechanism called proof of validity. So what it's designed to do is that it's designed in conjunction with the validation tool and purging tool and associated servers to remove any human error from the blockchain, ensuring information and ledgers are accurate and not tampered with. With proof of legitimacy, not only will users be able to use tools to validate and purge that's supposed to say legitimate and illegitimate projects, respectively, the process will also cross-reference and monitor user activity, ensuring no fictitious activity on the network is allowed. Once job of validation or purging is done, consensus mechanism verifies and rewards are released once parameters of smart contract are met within a specific job. This consensus mechanism would assist Negridium to achieve fair reward models, reduce environmental impact, and increase speed without sacrificing security, decentralization, or scalability. So the validation tool, and exactly what is it? So the validation mechanism works by scanning and monitoring the code behind a smart contract, cryptocurrency or stablecoin or altcoin, and verifies if certain parameters are implemented within the code, such as consensus mechanisms, burn mechanisms, liquidity pools, staking protocols, mining mechanism, etc. So once they have been validated, a report is sent out and published with the proper authorities, giving said smart contract, stablecoin, or altcoin validity in the market, proving the legitimacy of each. This will assist in giving proper authorities clear and concise proof of concept and assisting regulators with outlining proper regulations for said items, making it easier for organizations behind these projects to remain within regulation guidelines, thus reducing confusion within the market if a certain project is trustworthy or not. This also helps solve the issue of regulators' side determining what financial instrument classification each item falls under, whether it's a security, a derivative, equity, etc. Because historically there has been a lot of issues with cryptocurrency projects and regulators basically determine, like Ripple Labs, for example, they currently still in a legal battle with the SEC. They won that small portion where the SEC tried to say that XRP, which is the coin that Ripple Labs put out there, is a security. So it was determined that it was not. So they had that small minor win. But then, of course, other issues came up. So how the validation tool works is as follows. So I know it may look a bit difficult, but over here, all the way to the left, we have the validation tool. And then, let me just... From here, it scans and monitors periodically the smart contract, stablecoin, or altcoin, or whatever it may be. And then up here, we have new mechanisms implemented. So, of course, crypto projects, like, for example, Ethereum, they implemented Layer 2 and other tools within their cryptocurrency. So it scans and monitors periodically, and then if it's validated as legitimate, a report is generated, is sent to the regulators, and then it's also, the information is stored in a blockchain ledger. And then if, on the other hand, if it's invalidated, it's flagged as illegitimate, and then it's sent to the purging tool. But the proof of illegitimacy, the report is generated for that as well, and then sent to regulators. And then if approved to purge, it comes all the way down to the purging tool server. So once it's in the purging tool server, so anybody behind the project could basically get it reevaluated after they make changes. So there is a grace period. It's not, purged automatically. So, and then it is, once revalidation is approved, the validating tool will then again scan and monitor it again, and then, rinse and repeat. But then from the blockchain ledger, Performing these validation tasks provides economic incentive for users based on length and difficulty of performing tasks. Once complete, users rewarded in Negridium token. Then, of course, a hash function is assigned to the reward. It's sent to an authentication server. The Negridium economic incentive reserve is a certain amount of coins specifically locked in that reserve for these types of jobs. And then, of course, we have the signature signing both the economic incentive reserve server that holds those coins and signing the authentication server as well. And then the private key attached to the authentication server as well. And then once amount is determined for completing said validation task, an amount is determined and sent to the wallet. So then, purging tool. Purging tool is a tool on the network designed to receive purge requests from the validation tool server. Once requests received, requests are listed as jobs on the network for any user to access and purge. Purging jobs have one of the three statuses: approved, pending regulators, or complete. Pending regulator jobs are waiting on regulators' final decision on whether a cryptocurrency, stablecoin, or altcoin can be removed from the market based on the data received and analyzed by reports sent from the validation tool. Approved jobs are jobs that are approved by regulators to remove from the market and purge from any and all systems. So, of course, there's a bit of red teaming involved with that for any of those that are familiar with cybersecurity. But the way that I like to think of that is the analogy I give is using military. So, for example, when say there is a order given to go send a strike on somebody else. Of course, sending a strike on somebody else is always a bad thing, but who is the one that actually gives that authority, that okay for the military to go do that? Once the authority figure gives that okay, then they go and execute. So in the same way, it's going to work here. I'm not necessarily using the red teaming skills to just break into systems and destroy things all however I want to. Once the okay is given by regulators, then that's when the red teaming comes into play. Complete jobs are jobs that have been completed by anyone on the network and have already been awarded Negridium for completing the purge job. Once complete, job cannot be repeated. Of course, it can't be repeated because it's purged from the market and the system. So certain jobs might have more difficulty of purging than others, and multiple users can work on the same job and split rewards. Purged items from the market will have entire supply drained and converted into Negridium, creating new Negridium token coins on the network, while also determining the wallet address that initially invested money, whether fiat currency or crypto, into the illegitimate cryptocurrency and returning the invested money back to that address with a small fee, thus protecting investors and removing malicious cryptocurrencies from the market. Fees will be taken out of the returned amount, not charged to the investor in order to receive their investment back. And this would help making the cryptocurrency market a more safer place for everyone. The reason why I'm partaking in this project and actually building this is because I actually have a personal stake in this concept. The reason why is because I once was also a victim of a cryptocurrency scam. And once I invested money into a fake coin, when it actually launched, it turned out to actually be a rug pull, and I couldn't get my money back. So that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to build something like this and implement it. So the purging tool and exactly how it works. I'm just going to run through this real quick because I know it's a lot to look at. But over here, we have job 1. It's pending regulator. Job 2 is approved, and this job is complete. So with the pending regulator, it's waiting approval on the regulator, and then once it's approved, it's sent over to approved status. But once the job is accepted by, say, multiple users, 2 different users, they pool resources to perform purge operation. Illegitimate crypto is purged from Did it die? Oh. It's purged from the system. The entire legitimate cryptocurrency is drained and converted. New coins created and added to the blockchain. And then the new coins created would be sent to an illegitimate crypto refund server. And that's so people that invested in this fake cryptocurrency can get their money back. And then, of course, after funds are returned, verification is sent to the job completion verification server. And then there's a timestamp of when each of those are completed. And then that timestamp is sent over to the authentication server. A funds release request is then issued to, say, if two users are working together to complete this job, it'll be sent over to both of their wallets. And public keys are utilized to verify the release request. And then their private keys are used to validate with the authentication server. And then, of course, signatures for all three timestamp authentication and funds request. And then there's a hash value attached to each to verify that each transaction is matching the same funds request. So what are the challenges that the Negridium ecosystem aims to address? So first, it aims to change the landscape of the cryptocurrency market by adding a security layer under the cryptocurrency market and allowing the realm of cryptocurrency to be a safe place investors do not have to worry about getting scammed or investing in fraudulent cryptocurrencies. Negridium also aims to bridge the gap between regulators and crypto enthusiasts and organizations. With this technology, the scrutiny crypto projects receive from regulators and the confusion behind crypto projects can slowly but surely come to a standstill and make newcomers more comfortable with the idea of cryptocurrency. Negridium also aims to create a safe, decentralized platform that is transparent, secure, and easy to use, while also building a structure that gives back to the community and its investors. So now I just open it for questions. Yes. No, not a person or an automated process. What I mean by regulators is, like for example, SEC is one of them. It's basically organization that regulates. It's the Security Exchange Commission, I believe, and they are the ones that are responsible for determining, securities, and they also do work with protecting. They're supposed to do work with protecting investors, but lately what they've been doing has not been protecting investors because they've been, bringing lawsuits against cryptocurrency projects and actually harming the value of the cryptocurrency, which then in turn harms the investor, which didn't make sense to me. Like, for example, in the Ripple Labs lawsuit, they tried to say that XRP was a security, but of course it was determined that it was not. And they were trying to say that Ripple Labs was not following regulation protocols, or they were trying to operate outside of regulation. Their rebuttal was, what are the regulations? You guys haven't put anything of what the regulations are for these type of things. So with this system, I aim to bridge the gap between that, where they'll have clear and concise reports, and they can build their regulations based on the reports that they receive. So it'll help crypto enthusiasts and crypto companies stay within that regulation that is determined. I hope that answered your question. Yes, that was part of the validation tool and the purging tool. That's the automated part of it. Yeah, I was just showing a diagram of exactly how that entire system would work. Any other questions? If not, I'll turn it back over.
No, go ahead. Thank you, Nathaniel, for sharing your expertise and knowledge on that topic. We really appreciate that. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we come to the end of day 2 of TechNet Conference. Look at me, tongue-tied. TechNet Conference. We appreciate you guys coming out. We would like to present a big vote of thanks for your enthusiasm and contributions today. As we gather for our evening refreshments and open networking session, let's reflect on the knowledge and connections we've gained today. Cheers to another successful day at TechNet Conference. Enjoy your evening refreshments, savor the experience, and network with some of the industry's brightest minds. See you on day 3 of TechNet. Have a good evening, guys, and thank you again.